Hello and welcome to Assassin's Creed Odyssey. So, today would have been Prince of Persia: Sands of Time. As part of celebrating the game's 20th anniversary, I've also been working on a special project that I wanted to showcase after finishing that playthrough today. However, that project itself has technical issues, unforeseen ones, and so I need more time to get that organized. And because I wanted to use it to cap that playthrough off, there's no point in finishing the game today and then waiting till next week to show that. So instead of doing that, I'm going to wait till next week, and hopefully I can sort out the technical issues that was happening with it, so that I could then finish off that playthrough and then cap it off with that special project. The game itself is fine, like there's no technical issues with the actual game, so that part's fine. But the special project I've been working on has undergone technical issues. So I have to sort them out. And so instead of not doing a stream today, I decided to do this game instead and continue on and do some more towards it. Hey there, Jenny. What happens when a frog's car gets broke down? It gets towed. That's a good one. I like that one. Welcome on into you. I hope it's going good. For those who haven't seen me do this playthrough yet, um, I've got a project that I'm working on with this game and using the footage from previous playthroughs, but I also need to get audio of the dialogue on its own without music and sound effects for each part of the game that I want to do. And I also need to get sound effects separate from the dialogue and music as well with the same parts. Now, the way it's worked out with the audio is that I'm only getting the audio on its own when there's an environment that we haven't come across yet. There's an ambience that's not generally in the game world, like it might be in a cutscene and all that kind of stuff. So there will be some exceptions where I don't actually turn the volume of the sound effects on only to get the sound effects. Um, but I still want to get as many of those as possible as well. And so let's jump back in to this. Manual save 2 is what I continued on from. I just texted my girlfriend Ruth and bluntly told her that it's over between us. That's me. Ruthless. Nice one, Mr. Gote. Thanks for redeeming that. How's it going, dude? Alright, so we're up to the part of the story where we go and talk to Herodotus at Thermopylae. A clue to a cultist can be bought in Corinthia. In Masada. And Okitos the Great is stationed in a temple in Cape Sunion. Alright, so because I'm going to be doing the cult hunting separate, I want to actually not worry about the rest of the Amazon set. The cultists that have each part of the set are the heroes of the cult, and I don't want to deal with that right now, so I'll just go to inventory and change the other aspects of Cassandra's outfit, since I don't actually have I mean, they're not actually Amazon bracelets, but it'll do. Mr. Gote, you've been heavily enjoying Days Gone. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's a game that I want to play as well. Having seen Lucinda play it a couple of times now. Champions Waistband. Sunken Greaves, Plated Greaves, Mercenary Boots. There we go. So it's not the actual Amazon outfit, but I think that will be a good stand-in one for this playthrough. At the very least, I have the chest armor, the Amazon one. Alrighty then. Alright, so we need to go and pin this. That would help. Alright, so this is one of those situations where I'll have to get the dialogue and the sound effects. Because there's a cutscene related to Leonidas that will play. Yeah. Alright, so what I want to do is actually get the audio of the sound effects first for this whole part here. Bring that back up and make a save. Harbinger, I thought you were going to play Prince of Persia today. Yeah, on the Discord, in the stream prep channel, I mentioned that there's a project that I'm doing related to Prince of Persia Sands of Time, and finishing that game relied upon that project being finished. But technical issues on the project have meant that I can't get it done today. So I didn't want to just play the game, finish it, and then do a stream with a special thing next week. I wanted to actually finish the playthrough and then showcase the special project. So I decided to postpone it till next week and do another stream of this instead. Alright, so just wanted to get as much of that audio as possible. Thanks for redeeming the scene reenactment as Schwarzenegger, Harbinger. 5,000 of my men are out there in the freezing mud. 3,000 of them are blooded and cleaved. 2,000 will never leave this place. I will not believe that they fought and died for nothing. And what would you believe? They fought for you and for Rome. And what is Rome, Maximus? I've seen much of the rest of the world. It is brutal and cruel and dark. Rome is the light. Yet you have never been there. You have not seen what it has become. I am dying, Maximus. When a man sees his end, he wants to know there was some purpose to his life. How will the world speak my name in years to come? Will I be known as the philosopher, the warrior, the tyrant? Or will I be the emperor who gave Rome back her true self? There was once a dream that was Rome. You could only whisper it. Anything more than a whisper and it would vanish. It was so fragile, and I fear that it will not survive the winter. That's from Gladiator. Alright, now to get this with the dialogue only. Hey there, Kenway. Welcome on in.
Stand aside, all of you.
Thermopylae. They say you can't walk this battlefield without getting blood on your toes.
Hello, Ozjim. Welcome on in.
If you close your eyes, you can hear them. Their final war cries, before every last one of those brave Spartans perished. Their voices were silenced that day, but their story will be sung for an eternity.
You didn't bring me here to talk about dead Spartans. What's on your mind, Herodotus?
The Battle of Thermopylae still echoes in our hearts, but to stand here is to feel it in your bones.
There's nothing here but ghosts. My concerns are with the living.
Hold out your spear.
My spear? What for?
I need to know something. The necklace!
Herodotus!
I'm fine. I'm fine. The stories are true. That is the spear of Leonidas. The hero's blade.
Kenway, Herodotus looks awfully similar to that blind dude, brother of Xerxes or something. That's right, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they've taken character models, facial features, and mixed and matched some of them as well. But there's a lot of characters that the face models get reused for also. Who is this Leonidas guy? So he was the king of Sparta, who led 300 Spartans against the Persians. I don't think I plotted to get all these bits of dialogue. I'll just double check what I had. Memories are working. Tell me why we're here. Why was Sparta alone that day? What happened to Leonidas? What happened to the traitor? Oh yeah, so I saw that. Just in case I need it, don't know if I'll need all the dialogue or not, but when you need it and don't have it, you'll sing a different tune.
Where were Sparta's allies?
The Spartans weren't alone in facing Xerxes and his hordes. Many from across the Greek world were armed and ready to fight alongside Leonidas and his 300. But when the mighty king looked into their eyes and saw fear, he sent them home.
That sounds like madness, not bravery.
It was foretold by the Pythia that Sparta would lose either its freedom or its king to the Persians. Leonidas made his choice.
What happened to Leonidas after the battle?
Xerxes was famous for honoring warriors who fought valiantly against the Persians. But Leonidas infuriated him so much, he cut off his head and impaled it on a pike. A bloody battle ensued, and his remains were reclaimed by the Spartans and buried here. Now, however, he rests where he belongs.
In Sparta.
Oz Jim, that fight was a real fight. Sure was, yeah. Hey Blue Jester, welcome on in.
What happened to the traitor, Ephialtes?
King Xerxes paid him well, but treachery breeds treachery. A contract was put on his head, and he died as he lived. A coward.
You knew this would happen.
I didn't know, but I did suspect. There is a place I'd convinced myself was a dream. Until now. A peculiar structure on the island of Andros. Mysterious shapes carved in stone. Like nothing I've ever seen.
You want to sail to Andros so you can show me shapes?
In my travels, I heard whispers of an ancient civilization. A people who came before. Your spear and that place are connected.
You mentioned a people that came before. Who were they?
They were not gods, but they lived far longer than any mortal, and were far more intelligent. I've seen carvings in caves, strange symbols that suggest it was this ancient civilization that created humankind, and provided them with fire.
But Zeus blamed Prometheus.
Yes. Well, perhaps his eagle has been feasting on the wrong liver.
Afro, you reached level 26 cleared on island with Bald Witch and most of Attica, only one area left. 26 hours played. Well, that's really cool progress for that amount of hours as well. That's really good. Blue Jester Isus. Exactly. That's one name for them.
The spear awakened to you, Herodotus. I trust you.
You understand. I will do everything in my power to help you find your mother. I promise. But first, we must sail to the island of Andros.
I'll meet you at my ship.
Welcome aboard the Adrestia, Herodotus. Will you be traveling with us?
Only for a short trip. I have business to attend to in Athens.
Herodotus is helping me find my mother.
Seeking help from the gods has put Herodotus on your path, just like they put you on mine. They work in ways beyond our comprehension, and all we can do is follow their lead.
You could be right. Herodotus and I share enemies too.
Like Elpinor?
He was part of a very powerful group called the Cult of Cosmos that controls the Greek world through the Oracle.
Control the Oracle? Impossible! Apollo would not allow that!
Now they're looking for my mother. I need to find her before they do.
And I believe they will hurt others who oppose their views along the way.
By Hermes! The Oracle lost to corruption, and now this cult? Do we know who leads them?
I don't know for sure, but I think it might be my brother.
Your brother? By Zeus, your life is complicated!
Tell me about it.
But don't you worry! This cult of Cosmos now has 3 new enemies, and one of them fights like Athena and shits thunder like Zeus! We'll bring the wrath of the gods down upon them!
Is he always this positive?
Always. That's why I like him.
Poseidon, carry us to Athens!
First, we need to go to Andros.
To Andros, then! We're going to have to do some upgrades to my ship if we're sailing into war.
What do you mean?
Well, she's old, and perhaps not in the best condition.
You couldn't have said this before we set sail? Where in Poseidon's name are we going to get the supplies?
My father taught me that the sea takes, and we must do the same. Fortunately, there are plenty of pirate ships in these waters that we can board and take from.
What are we waiting for? Let's hunt some pirates!
Now that we have the necessary resources, we can upgrade the ship's hull. Poseidon be praised. She's in ramming shape now, like a fist in the ocean.
There's much to do, and many unknowns on our horizon. There's much to do, and many unknowns on our horizon.
There sure is. Many unknowns. Alright, there we go. So we covered the sound effects for the flashback to Leonidas there, as well as the audio now. Actually, I don't want to load a save. I want to make a save. There we go. Afro, I see you can't break Athens' fortification. You killed like every Athenian general, captain, camp, fort, whatever, but the meter fills back up again. You also did the symposium stuff, killed 3 cult members. Now it's off to Argos, I think it is. Yeah, that's the thing. You can't make Sparta win. Like, I mean, every conquest battle you fight in, if you fight for Sparta, you can make sure that they win every time. But the game will never let you make every single territory in the entire game for Sparta or for Athens. Blue Jester, Ozgym, is that the Amazon armor? It actually isn't. I mean, the only piece that I actually got of it is the chest piece for it, the Amazonian outfit. But to get the rest, I need to kill all the other cult members who are part of the heroes of the cult. And I don't want to do any cult stuff for this playthrough yet that is unrelated to the main quest. Like as I go through this story arc of the family questline, I'll have to deal with certain cult members. But I'm going to leave dealing with the rest of these for another point. And so for the rest of this playthrough, at least doing the family questline, I decided just to add some other pieces to what Cassandra's wearing. Blue Jester, what is the hardest boss you fought, Rod? It's not impossible, but I think one of the, well, I mean, if you look at this game on its own, probably Medusa is the one that is the most difficult, I'd say. Oh, that's good, Kenway, that voice does remind you of Rodrigo because it's the same actor that plays Rodrigo Borgia. Andreas Apergus plays Rodrigo and Barnabas and those other characters in the series. But the voice or expression isn't as good. Blue Jester fights like a warrior but shits lightning. I love that quote. That is a great quote from Barnabas. He has some good ones. After suppose Sparta conquering Athens would really just end the war, Keck. And can you kill Pericles? No, no. No, you can't kill him. Pericles cannot be killed by you. It's interesting that Hull quest, you would have thought that would have come up earlier in the story, but it popped up when we're so far into the story already. So memories are working, so we need to go into this area. Let's see, do I have a fast travel there yet? No, I don't think I would. Yes, I do. The ship dock.
Here it is.
Alright, so I need to make a save here. And this whole part is going to have some sound effects that I haven't come across yet. So I'm going to first do a pass at this part with the sound effects only. Free also ran out of soft leather upgrading the ship. So yeah, big mistake. Oh no. Yeah, I mean, there's so much to the ship as well. I mean, like, these upgrades and stuff that you can get for them. Just insanely expensive. And then it's not always about the money side of things either. Sometimes it's about the fact that the material count is just so low and you need to, grind for that as well. Just crazy. But just imagine if Assassin's Creed was real. Well, it is based on real stuff, as in some elements, obviously. Um, the idea of like a race of beings that existed before humans that was highly advanced is nothing new, of course. Um, the Atlantis sort of like legend is one example, and all that kind of stuff. But in terms of things like the actual assassins themselves, they were a real group. They weren't depicted 100% the same in the games as they were in real life. And then the Templars, of course, existed in real life. Except in the world of Assassin's Creed, the Templars not only were disbanded in the 1300s like the actual Templars were in real history. After that point, though, that's where, it stops being about the real Templars and starts to be about the fictional Templars who keep on going through the ages, centuries and centuries after the Templars were actually disbanded. But for the Assassin's Creed universe sake, they just basically went underground after what had happened with Jacques de Molay in France. All right, so wanted to get some variations of sounds, Cassandra's feet on the certain surfaces at different speeds, but also any sort of like ambient sort of stuff. Because even though I'm stopping and waiting for certain ambience to play and then moving on and then stopping at a different spot where there might be some different ambience, when I'm actually doing my editing project in the future, I could actually layer all the different kinds of ambiences on top if I wanted to, and make it a more sort of like looping sort of thing in the background as well, to put everything, happening at once and all that kind of stuff. So if you see me just stopping still when I just have the sound effects on, it's generally because I'm just waiting to get as much ambience as possible with the sounds and all that kind of stuff. Because for people who've done editing before, you know what it's like to need something that you don't have and have to go back and reacquire or acquire the source of what you want. So it's better off to actually get as much material to work with as possible. Like someone who's sculpting a statue, it's better to have as big of a piece of rock or marble to work with as possible, because then as you go through, you can refine it as much as you want and all that kind of stuff. Jim, you read somewhere that the Freemasons could be descendants of the Knights Templars, or could be descendants of the Assassins. Just look at their symbol, it's almost the same as the Assassins. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing too, like, the actual symbol that they use for the Assassins logo, I don't know if that was based on a real logo, or if it was just how that they did it, or whether they were inspired by the Freemason logo and all that kind of stuff. But I think looking at it generally, there's so many different kinds of shapes and things. And there's so much stuff too, like, constellations in the sky and patterns on stuff and all that kind of stuff. So potentially it could be based on that. You just don't know, because, like, when someone is coming up with something, obviously there's things that our conscious remembers. So if we're going to do a story, for example, about a serial killer, if we've seen serial killer movies, we have an idea in our mind what we're going to actually put in there. However, there might be an element of another movie that you're not thinking of that finds its way into your idea, because it's a general kind of thing, whether it's like an environment thing, like if it's like a tree or branches or something like that, or if it's like concepts, or if it's like plot points. There's so much stuff that our subconscious is constantly recording, that when we actually, create things, there's, some conscious stuff there, of course, but there's also subconscious stuff that comes through as well. And some people might be like, hang on, this story seems similar to this story, but the person writing the other story might have only, read that story once, and read that, like, years and years ago. But when they were crafting their own story, something from their subconscious that was remembering that story that they read brought it to their conscious mind while they were writing it, and they're like, oh, this is a cool idea, I'll put this in, and things like that. Okay, so I think what I might do is break this up into pieces. So I've already gotten the sound effects only up till this part before interacting with the spear imprint. So I'll make another save on the manual save 3. And I'll turn the dialogue on, take the sound effects off, and then I'll get all the dialogue leading up to the cutscene that we see with Marini, and get the dialogue from that, and all the dialogue that Cassandra says walking up to where I am now, instead of doing it all in one big chunk. Yeah, Oz Jim, exactly. A secret organization as well. Although personally, I believe that if there is an organization controlling everything, so to speak, I don't think it's all directly on purpose that everything happens the way, you know. Like, for example, in Deus Ex Mankind Divided, the Illuminati, when they're talking about events that have happened, like there's unforeseeable things that happen. Not everything is orchestrated down to the letter. You know, there will be some things that go wrong, or there'll be a slight thing not anticipated, and all that kind of stuff. So in real life, I don't think there's any one group that is able to make things happen in a way that would come across as if every single little tiny minuscule of detail has been planned to the letter. You know, there's going to be people who do things that are unpredictable and all that kind of stuff. But it's probably one of those things where there's multiple different aspects of things that are controlled by different sections and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, I'm not really a conspiracy theorist or anything like that, so. But things like Assassin's Creed and that using secret organizations as kind of like a main story thing is definitely something that you can't help but think of, given the fact that Templars existed in real life at one point and Assassins did too. But then you got a whole lot of other fictional stuff, of course, that's added to this series to them that's not actually something that happened.
Is that a door? I've never seen anything like it before. How do I get inside? I wonder if...
Who's there? Come out!
Hesitation only hastens.
The grave, I know, Mater.
Your form is improving. Your resolve is strong, but you're not taking action.
I was going to.
I know, but it's the moments in between that decide everything. Your turn.
Leonida's spear.
You're old enough now. My father's spear holds a certain burden, but you're ready.
I felt something.
Huh?
The spear. It has magic.
It carries with it a long line of power, a bloodline of incredible heroes. The same blood within you and me and our family.
All of us?
Think of Leonidas. He had great courage, and he made a great sacrifice. You share in his blood and the strength he possessed. We are able to feel certain things happening around us. That is our family's gift. But not everyone understands that. Some recognize the power we bear and want it only for themselves. They will try to take it from us.
I won't let them.
I know. You're a warrior. If we keep moving forward, always moving forward, we're untouchable. Storm is coming in.
Then maybe we should move forward now.
Mother, I haven't forgotten you. By the gods, who built all this? How does a place like this exist? How could I even explain this to someone like Marcos? Something's glowing over there.
Alright, then now I've actually caught up with where we were when I was getting the sound effects on their own. Now for the next part, I need to get the sound effects on its own. And also make a save on this. Kenway, her mom is Leonidas' daughter. That's right, yeah. Yeah, so that's how the spear came into her possession, and then she gave it to Cassandra. Harbinger, 1 hour and 80 minutes to grab the 3 chess pieces in the sewers, then do the lab. Do you have enough time? In Leon B, so you're fighting Birkin's last form too. Well, I mean, you've been playing that for a while now in a short amount of time over and over again, doing different things, so I'm sure you'll be able to get it in enough time. Alright, so after we interact with the Forge, the present day comes back. There's very specific dialogue choices that I came up with. I think I've got them listed for present day. I'll just have a double check. Yeah, modern day. You're right, I'll take a break. What do you think of the mission so far? That's enough for now, kind of thing. I think, though, I might get 2 different variations just in case, but I'll get the sound effects first with this area, and then I'll worry about getting the dialogue separate. Always the therapist. Yeah, Layla, that's what she partly does. Writers, that would be like having characters who are plumbers, and one of the plumbers is the boss, and the boss tells you to do something, and you're like, um, always the boss. It's like, yeah. I think for the present day sections in this game, at the very least, they shouldn't have had dialogue choices. I really, really hate the G adults. You've already memorized the key codes, can't memorize the dialogues. Well, that's fair too. But yeah, I couldn't remember that stuff. Some I do. Master Kenway, is this the way? Is this the place William Miles brings later to? No, no. After Origins, the ending of the present day in that, they've literally skipped weeks and weeks worth of time, and so she's already an assassin at this point, and she's already found out where the spear is. You can read about a mission that they went on at Notre Dame, and it's like, why didn't you let us play that? This is the thing about present day that you know, is a mistake for them not to do, is actually send us on missions, you know? So this would have been the perfect opportunity to start the present day story with Layla becoming an assassin, going through the initiation process, um, going on her first mission, and we play that. And that's when she finds out about the Spear of Leonidas. And then we actually go there and explore and find it. You know, these kinds of things is what might, and I'm not speaking for everyone, but it might make some people who don't find the present day sections exciting to have something more to do. Because the majority of present day sequences in these games is character in an environment. You can explore a little bit, but you're not going on missions. Assassin's Creed 3 had that. You know, Desmond would go out and he'd go somewhere on a mission. Granted, he wasn't, you know, sneaking around, taking out guards, taking out security cameras, you know, all that kind of stuff. But that's the kind of thing that I think they should have started to go with more with a lot of these present day sequences. So yeah, they just skip all that sort of like time and all that kind of stuff. Alright, so this is a reference. I wouldn't classify this as the Splinter Cell universe exists in the same universe as Assassin's Creed. I would just classify this as an Easter egg reference, not an actual canon connection between the two franchises. Third Echelon was the name of the NSA agency or initiative that Sam Fisher was a part of until the director of Third Echelon became the crooked Tom Reed and turned Third Echelon basically into like a enemy organization. After the events of Conviction, the President of the United States created Fourth Echelon to replace Third Echelon. See, the Quebec caper. You know, this talks about, you know, a mission that they went on. It's so exciting to read about a mission that we could have actually played. Alright, so that is much different kinds of sound effects and stuff to get. Can we? Yeah, AC and missed opportunities. Best duo ever. Oh, exactly. Things that they'll never do as well, you know. So, the cynical side of me is like, why have hope for anything then, you know? You think about the things that they could have done, and it's like, oh yeah, they'll never do that. Haven't you finishing Age of Darkness tomorrow? I might be. I don't know yet. Depends. Depends what time I start the stream, and depends on how quickly it takes me to get through the rest of the stuff. People can finish the entire playthrough in 50 minutes, so you guess 1.5 hours should be enough for 1/3 of the game. Oh yeah, should be doable. Alright, so time to make another save. And now I need to reload the other save that I've got so we can do what I just did again, except to get the dialogue audio on its own.
Forge activated. Synchronizing retransmission chronicity. Contact engaged.
Themos. The Forge.
I knew I let you stay in the Animus too long. Your vitals are crashing.
You don't understand. This confirms it. Cassandra didn't just have Isu technology. She had the means to improve it. Imagine how powerful the staff could be.
I admit, that could be an incredible find. But right now, I'm the doctor, and I take care of you. Now get some rest before you go back to Cassandra.
Alright, so now that we're focusing on the dialogue only, I need to get both of these, just in case I need to use it, just in case I decide at the last minute in the editing project to go with the other option that I was not originally intending to go with. So I'm going to go with the one that I might not end up using, but I could first, which is the don't tell me to rest part. And then I'll have to reload that save that I made and then skip to this part again and then do the other option.
No time to rest. Abstergo goons could be tracking us down right now.
And the rest of us will be ready for them. If you burn out here, our mission will be done.
They told me you had a cheerful bedside manner.
Don't forget, we're a team. We'll back you up until you're finished your investigation.
I know. Kyoshi secured the loft yesterday and he's keeping an eye out. Elena's on call doing historical research.
And I'm here to talk if you're feeling any confusion from the Animus.
Always the therapist. So, Doctor, how do you feel now that we're closer than ever to the staff?
I believe this staff is important. But the Templars and Assassins have found staves of Eden before. Nikolai Tesla blew one up in Russia, if I remember correctly.
This is different. If what I saw in Egypt is true, this staff doesn't control minds. It controls physics, time. Imagine rewriting the rules of the universe.
The spear you found is right here, and it's not doing anything.
The spear's attached to a bloodline. Leonidas, Cassandra, and Alexios. They were intimately connected to it.
Are you sure you can use the Staff of Hermes, then?
No. But if the Templars get it, they won't stop until they find someone who can. So, what do you think of my new Animus?
You mean our new Animus? That's Abstergo equipment.
Which I've modified to within a millimeter of its digital life. It's an Animus console prototype Brahmin variant with the I/O capacities pushed to their max. Ultra portable with more calculating power than NASA and CERN combined.
Okay, so the Animus is obviously one that Layla has from Abstergo. Just like the one that she was using in Origins was the same as well. Now, she's made modifications to it. So I think Layla is right in calling it, hers to suit the fact that she's, being very, egotistical about it. The problem is when Victoria goes, our equipment, that part's fine. But after that, she says, that's Abstergo's. It's like, why would Assassins give a shit if it is? You know what I mean? Like, it's not theirs now. It's yours. You're Assassins. You're not Templars anymore. I mean, you don't work for Abstergo anymore. So there's just dialogue here and there that in this game that just is pointless. So in my project that I'm doing all this for, that won't be part of it. Even if I use that actual conversation, I'm going to take off the part where she says, that's Abstergo equipment. Hey there, Keone. How's things going?
I'll go stretch my legs. Too bad we don't have access to the Abstergo gym anymore, huh?
Membership costs too much.
All right. So I don't think I interacted with everything in here. So I won't worry about interacting with stuff like the references to other things.
I should check my email.
All right, so let's get the dialogue with Alana, who is actually a descendant of Shay Cormac from Assassin's Creed Rogue.
Fascinating. Layla, can you believe we're meeting Herodotus himself?
I can. He sure does talk a lot.
Is there anything I can help you with?
So does what I'm seeing as Cassandra match your research? I had to tweak the animus to use what we have of the book as reference.
That book is a lost work by Herodotus. He basically invented the concept of recording history. And other figures are matching up too. Cleon, Pericles. The chance to see the past firsthand is why I joined the Assassins.
Most people would talk about justice or leaping across rooftops, but history's cool too.
I've loved history since my grandpa told me stories about his grandpa back in Ireland. He was an adventurer and sailor. So I'm continuing the family tradition. I feel so lucky.
You make your own luck, remember?
Why do people keep telling me that?
So I've met Herodotus, but I don't know much about him.
He's brilliant. His histories are considered the foremost textbook of classical Greece. People have made their careers analyzing his words for some new perspective. To see him in his own world, walking in the polis, and... Sorry, but he's kind of a hero of mine.
You can fangirl all you want.
Yay!
I'll leave you to your work.
If you need anything, just let me know.
How about a pizza? Can we order some pizza? That'd be awesome. Kenway, the script this game is very incoherent and the voice acting is awkward. Sometimes it feels like the actor was asked a strange question suddenly. Yeah, I mean, things like that, it can be difficult to pinpoint exactly what might be the cause of something like that. Because let's face it, you could have an actor who gives you the best performance of their life, but if all you use is the takes of their performance where they flubbed a line or didn't say something or there was something, that they made a mistake with, then, people are going to say, well, that actor was terrible. You know what I mean? So there's only so much that actors can really do with the time that they're given, but also the direction that they're giving as well, which can also play a part because an actor might instinctually know that they want to say something a certain way that actually is good, but the director might be like, nah, I don't want you to say it that way, say it this way. And what they get them to say might not be as good as the one where the actor said it themselves, without any input, or the way that they said it. Just for example. But then you can also have actors who just give you bad material to work with, and so when you're trying to, finalize something based on that, it can be very difficult sometimes. So it can be sort of hard to necessarily pinpoint something and all that kind of stuff. But that's another reason why I think for the present day section, if there was ever going to be a part of this game that didn't have dialogue choices, I think the present day would have been the best option because then it just gets concisely done, and not going off on tangents and all this kind of stuff. But that's the problem with this game. They keep hitting you over the head with dialogue choices constantly. It's like every single interaction, dialogue choice. Every single character you meet, dialogue choice, dialogue choice, dialogue choice, dialogue choice. It's just like, I get it. There's games where you're supposed to have dialogue choices a lot, but there's even there's a lot of games where you don't have all these dialogue choices to choose from as well, So I just feel they were a bit heavy-handed with it. And it's the first Assassin's Creed game to ever have that. So, like, if you were a company making a franchise that was based on, let's just say, first-person shooter games, right? And then you decided that you wanted to do another entry in that same first-person shooter franchise, but you wanted to make it a puzzle game. and you don't have any experience with puzzle games, you wouldn't try to reinvent the puzzle game with your game. You would want to do as good a job as you can with a puzzle game and make it the best puzzle game that it can be based on, your experience with it. So with Assassin's Creed Odyssey, instead of just throwing dialogue choices everywhere and constantly, they could have just scaled things back a bit and been a bit more thoughtful about where to put them. Because there's some stuff that, obviously there's two things. There's choices that the character makes that is for you as the player, but they have to make it like the character's asking for their own purposes. But sometimes those questions for the character are pointless for them to ask because they should already know that information. Like if you were thrown into Legend of Zelda, right? And there was a part in the game where you had a dialogue choice of, what to say in Legend of Zelda. If one of the question was, who am I? Unless the character has amnesia, they're going to know who they are, you know. So having that as an option would be pointless for the character to ask. But the player might not know who the character is. So asking that question for that player would be good. So there's a lot of dialogue choices in this that, with my editing project that I'm doing with all this stuff from it, there'll be stuff that I'll take out because it's not, or won't use because it's not important. It doesn't add anything to anything. Sometimes there's just, dialogue choices. Whoop, whoop. Sometimes there's just dialogue choices that are just for the player benefit. But if you've already played the game, there's no point asking the question.
I wonder if the Fry twins would still recognize London. A rooftop's still a rooftop. Too bad we had to leave before we could drink some more caribou.
Hier soir, un cambriolage a eu lieu à la basilique cathédrale Notre-Dame de Québec. Heureusement, les dégâts au bâtiment historique sont minimes. Le secrétariat de la paroisse rapporte que les malfaiteurs sont partis en laissant derrière la cible du vol.
I just thought I'd get that audio just for, maybe I'll need it somewhere. I don't know. Because I might decide to re-edit the order in which we see certain present-day things at the start of the game. Keone, you want to hear bad acting? Look up Spider-Man 3, the video game. I never got around to playing that one, actually. I played the Spider-Man game based on the first Spider-Man movie, and the one based on the second, but never the one based on the third, though. Kenway, you agree? No, sir, thank you. The gameplay didn't look very tempting to me, so you avoided Spider-Man altogether. Well, that's fair too. If there's no interest in something, there's no point in forcing yourself to actually just play it just for the sake of saying that you played it. Hey there, Joram. Welcome on in. Oh, nice you have this game. You have a fan-made story created if you want to try it. Oh, you do? Oh, that's cool. I don't know if I'll do it like on stream, but if you whisper me what it is, and like I can definitely have a look at it offline sometime, and then if there's anyone else who wants to try it, I can put it in chat then as well. But that's something I'd love to do as well, is actually come up with quests for this game.
How's it going out there?
Well, no threats in view.
I'm glad we could work together again.
I believe our working methods are compatible.
Are you still upset about our last run-in with Abstergo? I'm sorry, I didn't realize those hills in Quebec were so steep. But hey, you and your Yakuza reflexes saved us. Sorry, ex-Yakuza.
We're all alive and our injuries have healed. That's what matters.
Of course, I'll return to the Animus, then follow the trail Herodotus left to find the staff. But there's so many possibilities, so many choices. There's no way to know which ones are right. You used to run part of the Japanese Brotherhood. What would you do?
Take things one step at a time, observe then act, or kill everyone and search their pockets for answers. You decide.
Thanks for watching our backs, Kiyoshi. I'll leave you to your work.
I'll report in if Abstergo drops by.
Alright, so I think that's all the dialogue I need. I got the different variations speaking with Victoria. Oh, I mean, sorry, there will be some more dialogue because we've got to go back to the Animus, but all the other dialogue that I want to get before going back into the Animus I've gotten. Not too worried about, references to other franchises and stuff. But yeah, I got a conversation with Victoria, with Alana, and with Kiyoshi as well.
Are you sure you want to go back into the Animus right now? I get the impression you'll be there a long time.
Yes, I'm ready to go back to Cassandra.
All right. I'll be watching your back.
My spear is stronger now. The cult won't stand a chance. Well, Herodotus will be happy. It's clear someone was here far before we were. Did Leonidas know this place existed?
Just to let people know, if you see me having Cassandra like crouch, the reason I do that is because unless you walk really, really slowly, or you have her crouch and move, which you can do at full speed, because I want to get the dialogue audio separate, and I don't want any other sounds happening while the dialogue's going on. Certain vocalizations by the character are actually tied to the dialogue, like grunts and things like that. So if you crouch and go like this, none of those noises will be made by the character unless you go off of something that's like a step down or something. But if you go too fast, this is what happens. All that breathing happens, and I don't always want to have the character breathing over the sounds of their dialogue at the same time, in case I just want to use the dialogue cleanly without any other sort of like interfering sounds or things like that. Jerome, also cool idea would be to see a slideshow of all the pictures you take in the game one day through the official AC website. You just do it because it looks cool, and there's a tendency to just crouch in the game lol. You love the slide, especially in AC Valhalla, that you then transition to crouching sprint. Yeah, I love using that. I like how you can just keep spamming it as well. And it's also cool that it's also something that can, help you a bit in combat as well. But yeah, things like that is really cool. I like photo mode in games a lot. I think a lot more games should have photo mode. And a game that really would have benefited from photo mode that they didn't have for it was Stray, the game about the cat that you play as. That would have been a perfect game to have a photo mode with. So thanks for giving a heads up on the name of your fan-made quests that you did for this game. So I don't know, like I won't do it on stream, but I don't know if I've got it set to show those types of quests on the on the on the map. However, I will put in chat though for those. Or I mean, you could put it in chat there too as well, Joram. Sorry, because it's not a link that you've provided. You should be you'd be fine to put that in chat. You know, like what the name of your quest is, so that people who are curious about playing that one can actually know the name of it. Thanks for letting me know what the name of it too is as well, and then that way I'll be able to check that out myself through the whisper you sent me. All right, so I did that section with the dialogue only, and I made a save here before. Now what I want to do is get the sound effects of the next part. So I'm going to make another save. Oh, that's okay, Joram. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it, and I hope that you have a really good one. So now I need to go and put the sound effects on only. Just because there might be some sound effects when we encounter Demos that I want to get separate. So this dialogue choice here is interesting. So if you choose not to kill Nikolaus, the icon next to this option with the scales indicates that this is a lie that you can tell the character, right? Now, if you don't kill Nikolaus and you want to use this option, then it matches because Cassandra is lying. If, however, you didn't kill Nikolaus, even though this option doesn't have the scales next to it, if you did kill Nikolaus, then you would also be lying if you chose I've never found Nikolaus. So depending on your choice to kill Nikolaus or not, both of these or either of them could be a lie, not just this one. So if you spared him and you choose this option, then the character's lying about it. But if you killed him and you choose this option, the character's lying about it as well. So because I didn't kill Nikolaus, this is an example of where, either option doesn't really suit the way that I wanted to play Cassandra. So I still aren't sure about which one to choose as well. Because my thinking was that Cassandra would only lie to people if she doesn't trust them. And I don't know what level of trust you could say that Cassandra would have for Alexius at this point, to decide which one of these two would be the best thing to say. But I'm just going to go with I've never found Nikolaus anyway for this. But I think what I want to do is get both options, the audio of it at least, so I can have a choice between the two at a later point. But because I'm just focused on the sound effects now, I'll just choose this one just to move things along. Alright, so I've covered that part with just the sound effects only. Now to get the dialogue that I need on its own. Alright, so there's some variations that I want to cover, so I'm going to go for one variation first, and then I'm going to go for the other one, which is the one that I had as my priority one, but I want to get both just in case I decide in the edit for the project later to actually choose the other one instead.
Time to talk! You're not hard to track.
Did you come alone? Are you all right? Alexios, you're alive!
Don't touch me.
Come on, little brother. You have to tell me everything. What's happened to you?
I don't have to tell you anything. I don't know you.
Well, I know you. It doesn't matter. There's more important things to argue about.
You're right. Like that stunt you pulled with the artifact. It got my attention, if that's what you wanted.
What? The artifact showed the truth. We're family. And we made it out of Sparta alive.
Yes, it did show the truth. It confirmed what I always knew. You threw me off a fucking mountain!
Can wait, time to talk. Oh, what an amazing voice acting. Who thought it would be a good idea to play someone with his voice for this role? Oh, that's right. Yeah, you mean with Alexius.
You think it's that simple? Come on, Alexios. Let's talk about it.
Stop calling me that! I already know what happened that night.
Right. Demos. Now him, I don't know.
He's a demigod, worshipped and feared by the cult and all the Greek world.
Then why do the cult's bidding?
Have you been paying attention? They're following my lead.
Then make a choice on your own. Help find our mater.
I'm not interested in reunion. I just want to know what you think you're doing.
Same thing as your cult. Looking for Myrrine, our mother.
They don't need her.
Your cultists think differently. She's their next target.
If they ever pursued her, it would be to kill her. But if you don't know where she is, that means she abandoned you too. How sad.
Even if we were abandoned, we survived. We can go back to the way things were if we can find her.
The cult has no interest in sentimentality or family. Its only aim is control.
Alright, so again, the priority choice that I've gone with is I've never found Nikolaos, but I could decide in the editing for my project I'm doing this for to not use this one and use this dialogue instead. So just to cover my bases, I'm going to choose this bottom dialogue first, and then once this conversation's over, I'm going to reload that save, obviously skip the points that we've already heard, and then when we come back to this choice again, I'll choose the top one then, and then follow that through as well.
If they're after all of us, there's one less person to find. I killed Nikolaos.
Yet here you are, acting so righteous, when really, you're just like me.
I don't care what you think. I'll find Myrrine. Do the right thing. Come with me.
What?
We could find her. Together. You could help me.
Oh, you think friendship is the answer? Running around like lost children looking for dear mater. You're so weak.
It's responsibility, not weakness. I won't abandon the whole family just for spite.
Responsibility? Get off your high horse. The cult has a plan, and it won't be interrupted by the likes of you.
Alright, so something I didn't cover when getting the sound effects only was these choices. And that was just because I wanted to get through that quicker. So now that we're doing the dialogue only, though, I'm going to ask these two questions as well.
Taking your own mother isn't enough for them?
We're not abductors. We're political. Those who don't stand with us stand against us, and they pay for that mistake.
Like me.
Like you. I heard you're planning a trip to Athens. When you go, tell Pericles and his elitist scum they're next.
The cult let Myrrine live. They let Nikolaos live. Why kill them now?
Because you live. You brought this on her and yourself. The cult is powerful, but they're mortals. I have the blood of gods, so they think you do too. But they'll see how wrong they are.
I've never actually realized this before, but there's a bit of illogic happening here. Okay, so Alexius and Cassandra are blood relatives. Neither Alexius or Cassandra was adopted, right? They both came from the same mother. And their mother has the blood of Leonidas. So it's illogical for Demos to claim that Cassandra doesn't have that same blood, even though they're both related to each other by blood from the same mother who is also related to Leonidas, who has the same blood as well, you know.
I'm going after the cult, you know.
You've seen our numbers. You've seen what I can do. And you still think you stand a chance?
Try me.
So having guts runs in the family, does it? You claim we have the same blood. So let's see what you can do.
Alright, so my priority choice would be to go with I'm going, but because I'm going to reload my save anyway and choose that choice, I may as well just see what this choice does and just have it for me to potentially use or not. But I'd rather actually have it and not use it than want to use it and not have it.
We still found each other, brother.
I told you not to touch me.
Demos! Malaka. Herodotus won't believe this. I have to tell him what happened.
I don't have the sound for the slap, but I mean that's the sound that if I decide to use that dialogue and we get that reaction, I could actually just put a sound effect in that, you know, sounds similar. Alright, so I've got that anyway. Now to reload the save, and then obviously I'm going to skip the parts that we've already heard. I'm not going to wait for those to be played again. Now I'll get the priority dialogue. There's certain dialogues that I know for sure I'm going to use one kind of outcome with, but there's other dialogue where I'd rather have the alternates up my sleeve if I need to use them.
Did you...
I don't, you're...
What? You think it's that simple?
Stop.
Right. Demo. Then why do...
Have you...
Then say
played
your...
if not...
Even if we...
Alright, now this time I'm going to go with the priority choice for this option. I've already got the I killed Nicholas one covered, now to cover this one.
If it's true they're after us, tell them they'll never find Nikolaos. He's off the map. Trust me, I've searched myself.
If I could find you, the other long-lost child of Nikolaos, then I can find him. And when I do, he'll wish he was thrown off that mountain.
I don't care what you think. I'll find Mirini. Do the right thing. Come with me.
What?
We could find her. Together. You could help me.
Oh...
It's a responsibility. I'm going after the cult, you know.
You've seen our numbers. You've seen what I can do. And you still think you stand a chance?
Try me.
So having guts...
Alright, so the priority choice that I wanted to go with was just to say I'm going. But I've got that one just in case I want to use it. This one, however, I didn't want to worry about even getting the dialogue for it because I just don't want that outcome anyway, so we'll go with this one.
I'll take the challenge. Malaka. Herodotus won't believe this. I have to tell him what happened.
Alright, so now I need to get the dialogue from Herodotus now.
Well, was the legend true? Was it magnificent? What happened to you? And your spear?
Slow down, Herodotus. My spear's stronger now. I can feel it. You were right, there was some kind of artifact there. It showed me a vision. Of me and my mother.
So, the ancient civilization is real. Cassandra, you have no idea the power you possess. All harnessed in Leonidas' spear.
That's not everything. Deimos followed me here. The cult's already moving, he told me himself. They're going after us. My family, Pericles.
Why would he tell you? Unless it was a trap.
It doesn't matter. We have to get to Athens to warn Pericles. And we need to find my mother before they do.
Then, we go to the Pnyx. If Pericles is anywhere, he's there.
Alrighty then. Reach Attica.
Get ready to leave!
Commander, you're back! That's...
Drop the sail!
That debris could be useful.
Start rowing!
Kenway, earlier he said he heard from people here and there about an ancient civilization, those who came before, something that only assassins and Templars know in the future. Was well known by people here and there in ancient Greece. Amazing writing right there. Yeah, that's the thing too with stuff like this. It's because like if you take away the aspect of the Isu out of the equation and you just think about real legends in real life, like Atlantis. You know, we all know the story about Atlantis. Supposedly, it was this city that had really advanced technology, and something happened, a catastrophe, and it ended up getting buried underwater or, you know, cut off from the rest of the world or something. And people have been trying to find it ever since, you know. So it's foreseeable. Sorry, it's not foreseeable. It's definitely something that in the Assassin's Creed series, if you take that if you take that into account about Atlantis, which does obviously play into this game, um, the concept of an advanced civilization is something that isn't just a concept that, you know, relates to the Isu. It's also something that relates to something that's, you know, a general thing too, an ancient civilization and all that kind of stuff. But I get what you're meaning though, Kenway, with that, you know. But I guess one way to try and explain it is Herodotus might have heard about an ancient civilization. Um, Not every single person he found that out from might necessarily know about the Isu specifically. They might have just known about some ancient civilization, you know. But then they could have all said the Isu, you know. But that's the kind of stuff that's very, very difficult to keep track of because if you have multiple games in the series covering that aspect and including it and having characters, you know, say all this stuff. Like in Assassin's Creed 3, um, Connor, when he experiences his first Isu encounter, you know, he thinks it's a spirit. You know, he doesn't conceive of it as this, um, you know, ancient person who's talking to him. You know, he just thinks that it's a spirit, right? But then when he goes to see Achilles, Achilles is like, you know, these spirits of yours have been harassing the assassins ever since Ezio, you know, uncorked the bottle, you know, something like that, you know. Um, but even then, like, you know, Connor doesn't know that it's the Isu, but he thinks of it as a spirit. And maybe some other people would think of it as an ancient civilization, but not necessarily know that it's an Isu, you know, and all that kind of stuff.
Poseidon! Spare us!
Are you scared?
Why wouldn't I be scared?
When you
Okay, game. I hate when games do this. When they make dialogue happen, but they make it happen close to a point where if you go too close to a certain point, the dialogue gets cut off. You know, if the dialogue is going to activate, make it activate 5 minutes before the point gets reached where it'll be cut off.
More speed!
And now we probably won't say it again. Fine game?
Ease off!
Fine.
Shape the oars! Oars down!
When you're ready, meet me at the Pnyx in Athens.
Phobos, away!
Hello there, Reaper. Welcome on in. So I don't need to worry about getting sound effects for this part.
By the gods! Get out of the way!
Athens. Let's see what this city has in store for me.
I mean, there will be some sound effect stuff that I want to get on its own when we get to Athens, but that's more when we get closer to where Pericles is and all that to get like crowd sound effects and all that kind of stuff. Reaper, you beat the Storm Fortress yesterday. So what game is that in, Reaper? You have to remind me, sorry. I'm not that good at remembering like fortress names from games sometimes. Do you mean in this game or a different one? Oh, in Rogue. I gotcha. Well, that's good. So, what part of the story are you up to at the moment?
Nobody has any respect for our work these days.
Καταδικαστέ ημίν ηθική αξίε το τραγωδό.
Βαβέ, τούτους τους όνους μαστιγού, ακαταπαύστος μαστιγού.
Τούτο άδικον εστίν.
Oh, I see, Reaper. Yeah, so you finished it. You've just been mostly fucking around. That's fair enough too, as well. Getting, things done, any collectibles you might have missed and stuff like that.
Οι χαρακτήρες εν τες τραγωδίες προαιρούνται του ύψους της διανοίας Χένεκεν. Τραγωδία εκλαμβάνει τας ιστορίας αυτών και χρείται τα αυτές τραγωδοποιού
Πάρατη ο Βολοστάκερ.
Ο ουρανός δίνει ως
Move or I'll run you over.
στο ενθάρρωστο των χρεών της χείρας. Ουκ ιδανιός
Ότι ούν επιθυμείτε ο άνδρες και γυναίκες δύναμε φέρει νημί. Μη λυπήστε επί το επιθυμητόν ούκ βρίσκεται, υπέ και βρίσω.
Μόνον όταν το επιχείρημα δομείται πιστικών, τότε δίνεται αν κερδάνε εν ζήτημα. Ανατρέχομενοι στους τραγικούς της χείρας. Ουκ ιδάνιος υπάρχει, οπότε εις αυτήν δώσουμε το χρέος. Ουκ ιδάνιος υπάρχει, οπότε εις αυτήν δώσουμε το χρέος γουν.
Πότνια. Ο σύζυγος ημών τέθνηκε μη χρεολιτήσον μία τριακάβαλια.
Reaper, you're also 200,000 away to becoming a millionaire in Rogue. Oh, hell yeah.
Ανυπόφορον εστίν οράν.
Έναν εξάδελφο. Τετίμητε 10 δραχμών. Μη οράσος πικραντικός διατίθεστε, ούκ ιδέαν έχεις ως μικράν την τιμήν είναι.
αυτής. Ήχου εσάν ότι η θυγάτηρη μου εκκληρονόμησε νοικίαν και δούλους παραθείου αυτές.
Μόνοι οράσος πικραντικός διατίθεστε, ούκ ιδε ανέχεις μικράν την τιμήν είναι. Μόνον όταν το επιχείρημα δομείται πιστικών, τότε δύναται αν κερδάνε εν ζήτημα. Ανατρέχομεν εις τους τραγικούς της δομής ταύτης ένεκεν. Μάλλον ως της ορεσίβιους λέγει ούτως ότι η συμμορία την την περιοχήν λιμένεται, η φαρπάζουσα ύπους τη βοηθείας και βοφύλακος εξάστεως.
Η τραγωδία κινείται μεταξύ τριών βαθμών.
Alright, so let's make a save here. And I want to get the sound effect audio stuff in this area first, before doing it again to get the dialogue. Reaper, you know, people say that the Storm Fortress is a difficult legendary battle, but you found it easy probably because you've maxed out your ship. Oh yeah, that's always good to do. You know, there's certain legendary ships that you can, you know, take on without having everything fully upgraded, but then it depends on what those things are and to what level and, you know, all that kind of stuff. But it's very satisfying to be able to just take on those kinds of challenges with just, you know, like a fully upgraded ship. So there's going to be 3 different dialogue choices. The priority one that I go with here is to say nothing, but I may want to use that other dialogue as well. So when we get to the point where I need to redo this with the dialogue only, I'll go through each of those variations, but I'll make a save that's closer to this point than where I made the save before when I'm ready to do that. But I just want to do the rest of this with the sound effects only. Alright, so we've covered that with just the sound effects. So now to go in and change the options of sound to be the dialogue only, and then reload that save that I made. And then when we have dialogue choices again, I'll go through each variation.
The Spartans may draw near to our walls, but we must come together now for the glory of Athens!
Glory for you! Friends, please! Just because the Spartans are near our walls does not mean we can act like them! A good crop! Shame the Spartans burned the fields where it grew! The Parthenon is glorious, Pericles, but at what cost? How many triremes could we have built instead?
We must not become divided!
We are divided! and the Spartans are winning! Act, Pericles, or I will! Oh, good. You came. Things are worse than I feared. Cleon has turned the mob. We have to hurry.
Where?
To Pericles.
Τι γίνεται?
Πού φευρώσει?
Άδικον εστί.
Πόρο.
Δεν λαμβάνει χώραν.
Πόρο.
Οι οφθαλμοί μου πεσεύουσι.
Alright, so I'll make a new save here. That way, when I go through these upcoming dialogue choices to get the audio from them, I don't have to go too far back, having to reload the save multiple times.
Stay back! She's no threat to Pericles. I assure you.
Ah, Herodotus. It's fine. Let them through.
It's good to see you again, Pericles.
And you as well. I only wish it were under better circumstances. And who's this?
Cassandra.
Welcome, Cassandra. And what did you think of your first taste of Athens?
Alright, so we have 3 different dialogue choices here. My priority one is the middle one, but I want to get these other 2 as well.
I think you and Cleon both made good points.
Good points aren't at all what the crowd seem to care about. They're afraid, and Cleon indulged their fear.
Pericles, we've come to...
We must choose our moment wisely, and speak our words more privately.
Fine. We've come to you on urgent business.
As does everybody.
I may have told Cassandra you'd invite her to your symposium.
You'd ask me to exclude every Athenian and invite an outsider instead. You heard the crowd. They don't need another reason to hate me.
If she's working for you, maybe the prying eyes will see her as a servant.
I'm no one's servant.
Cassandra, this is Athens. If you want something, sometimes you have to play a role.
And what exactly is it that you want?
Alright, so my priority dialogue is the bottom one. I'm looking for someone, but I just want to cover my bases, and we'll get this one first, and then I'll reload the save, and then choose this priority one next.
We're all after something, even you.
You're better at reading others than you let on.
Just tell me what to do.
First, check on my colleague, Mediochos. He was meant to meet me today, and it's not like him to miss an appointment.
Done.
My friend, Phidias, needs to be taken out of Athens as soon as possible.
Anything else?
Yes. There's an ostracism vote taking place that could use your influence.
I'm going to get these anyway. So I'm just going to get this bottom one and then reload the save and then do the different variables. And then when we get through those, then I'll go through and ask these 3 questions that are in the white text.
I'll do it.
I'll expect you to use discretion.
That went well. It isn't exactly an invitation, but the promise of one is just as good. Although I'm sure he'll still ask Aspasia if it's okay.
So long as it comes.
Alright, let's reload that save, and then choose the other dialogue options.
Stay back.
I'll skip things like this which aren't dependent on your dialogue choice. Alright, so this time I'll go this option.
I think you did a great job.
It's so easy to forget the good someone has done when times become hard.
Pericles, we've come to...
We must choose a...
I'm...
I'm...
I'm looking for a woman who's very important to me. Herodotus said a symposium could be useful for gaining information.
He would be correct. I can get you in, although I can't promise the information you seek will be found.
Just tell me what to do.
First, check on my colleague, Mediojos. He was meant to meet me today.
That one.
So long as...
Alright, so we've got those variations. Reload the save and get the other ones. Obviously skipping any dialogue we've already heard, because not all the dialogue will be changed, because there's dialogue that still happens regardless of what choices you make.
Αδύνατον εστί. Τι γίνεται.
It's well. Nothing to say? Others would do well to realize silence is as much of an answer as anything else. A crowd will seize the very first easy answer that comes its way, like a hungry dog on a bone.
Pericles, we've come to... I'm looking for a... Just done anything.
Alright, so now I'll get these done, and we'll get the dialogue for those, and then we'll be able to continue on and progress further from here.
Metiochos, you said he was your colleague?
A politician and ally. He's one of my most loyal friends.
Phidias? The famous sculptor? What did he do, exactly?
He stands accused of multiple offenses and is awaiting trial. You'll find him under close guard at his workshop.
Ostracism?
Exile is a term you may be more familiar with. Here in Athens, we vote between two people to decide who should leave.
It's between the sophist Anaxagoras and another man, on trial for impiety. My contact near the Agora will give you the details.
I'll do it.
I'll expect you to use discretion.
That went well. It isn't exactly an...
So long as...
There we go.
Αδύνατον εστί.
Alright then, so we have 3 quests. Alright, let's do the Venomous Encounter one first. Alright, so this will be a situation where there's like snakes that we have to deal with. So I want to get that sound effect audio first for that aspect. Poor doggo's stuck. Keone, which generation had the best overall games? Xbox 360, PS3, or Xbox One and PS5? So that's a real tough one for me to answer because I never had a PS3, but I had an Xbox 360. But having played some games now that came out on the PS3, there's definitely games on the PS3 that came out for that I really like. The Uncharted games that came out on PS3, as well as The Last of Us. Granted, it was the remastered version that came out, I think, the year after not the year after, a few years after the original version. Xbox One versus PS5. PS5, I've played quite a few games that are on that system. The only exclusive that I've played on that system, though, is like Stray and what was the other one? There's probably another one that I'm forgetting. But yeah, I can't really say which one out of those two is better or had the best games overall. Because for me, it doesn't necessarily matter what the console is. It matters more about the game. Now that I have a PlayStation 5, if there's a game that is exclusive to PS5 and I want to play it, then I'll get it for that. If there's an exclusive for Xbox that I like that I want to play, then I'll get it for that because I've got an Xbox as well. In terms of streaming, I won't be streaming from my Xbox anymore, just my PlayStation. But in terms of actually just, playing games, it doesn't matter to me what console. And if it came down to which version I'd rather buy of a game that's across all systems, I'd rather go for the cheapest one. Alright, so I think I've covered enough sound effects only for that section. So now to change the audio so it's just the dialogue on its own, and then reload the save, and then do again what I just did there, so I can get the dialogue for it. I'll get the rest of the dialogue for the rest of this quest on this next run through of it.
Ποιος ο υπέτειος?
αληθώς τούτο συνέβη?
Help me! Please, someone! By the gods, why did it have to be snakes?
Help me! If you leave, these snakes will kill me! Get me out of here!
Τι έστι τούτο? Ουκ αρεστών μη εστί.
Τι λαμβάνει χώρα?
Τι το τούτον?
Hurry! Kill the snakes before it's too late!
Why are there so many snakes?
Blessed be the god that sent you here. I'd have been eaten alive if it weren't for you.
I don't think they'd eat you.
But they would have certainly killed me. So thank you.
All right, now that we're actually getting the dialogue for this, the reason why I'm going to have the priority dialogue choice for this is I'm happy to help, is because Cassandra, I like to play her when I'm doing like a quote-unquote canon playthrough as someone that if someone needs help, she will help them, even if it means she forgoes any fee that she might have gotten otherwise if she actually, helped someone and wanted to be paid for it as a misthios. Now, because this is something that she needs to do in order to be able to have Pericles earn trust from her and all that kind of stuff, I'm going to choose her to say I'm happy to help because I feel that she would be happy to help. Obviously, you're free to play the character the way that you feel. However, the game is scripted to not necessarily take that into account. So there might be some dialogue choices where you're making them because you want the character to be like a smartass in one situation or a tough person in a situation or whatever. But the game's narrative doesn't necessarily always cater to how you want to play the character. And so one of the reasons why I want to do the project that I'm working towards for is to try and rectify that as much as possible by making the dialogue choices fit the scripted dialogue and what the character is like in a lot of scripted scenarios versus scenarios where you can choose what to be like. And that also extends to gameplay. Like I did a playthrough where I made sure not to kill innocent people at all. Even the ones that went to attack Cassandra when she was only attacking enemies and not them. Because I feel that Cassandra wouldn't just kill innocent people. Because the way that this game is actually structured narratively, whether you play as Cassandra or Alexios, both of them are supposed to be the hero. And the story is scripted to put them on that path. So even if you want to make them an asshole, the scripted narrative isn't actually 100% allowing that choice to be connected to anything that's scripted. So I'm trying to create a balance there and all that kind of stuff. But you could well and truly have the character say you owe me if you want to. But for the purposes of the way that I want to play the character and my goal with the project I'm working on, I'm going to go with I'm happy to help.
I'm always happy to help someone in need.
The world could do with more like you, especially now.
Pericles sent me. He was worried about you. You often get tied up and surrounded by snakes?
How can you joke about this? Thugs broke into my home, dragged me here, tied me up and surrounded me with these hideous creatures. They must be stopped.
The snakes?
The thugs!
Alright, so I had these as questions. Why snakes? Who are the thugs and where can I find them? Alright, so I've got them as priority things to ask. Some of these I may or may not use them in the final edit, but I won't know that until I'm actually editing it, which is still a long way off from now because I need to compile all this stuff first. So I'll cover all these.
Why would anyone do this?
Politicians are easy targets in these troubled times. When they tied me up, they said I was a snake. That I should die by my own kind.
Did you recognize the people who did this?
Pericles asked me to go down to the fishing district and talk with the poor and sick, to give them hope. That's how I recognized their voices.
Oh, yes?
They threw rotten food and yelled insults at me. These thugs disguised their faces, but their voices and the stench of fish were unmistakable.
Just want to add to, sometimes you'll notice that I'll actually wait before choosing a dialogue choice. That's because when there's moments where there's actually NPCs in the background talking, I'm trying to make sure that when I actually have the character say their dialogue, it's without as much interference as possible. And it's easier to edit audio like that when you are able to pick a moment where the character's dialogue either starts after an NPC's dialogue stops or when they're first saying a word, because then it's easier to mask anything that might overlay the character's dialogue or crisscross it and stuff like that. So I'm trying my best to do that. I won't really know for sure if I've succeeded until I actually look at, well, unless I listen to the actual clips in as I'm editing them to actually fine tune that kind of thing. But that's why sometimes I pause a bit before actually asking. And also I know that when I actually say something on stream, there's a little bit of a delay as well, to the point where I could say something and then for me, I'm choosing the dialogue to be said, but on the stream, my voice will go a little bit over the dialogue. So that's why I also will pause a bit longer after I say something before I choose something.
Where should I look?
I couldn't see their faces, but I recognized their voices from one of the districts I visited. They're regulars at Cleon's rallies. They live in the flooded part of the city, near the wall.
I'll track them down, Metiojos. Don't worry.
Tensions are high right now. At this rate, we'll tear each other apart within the city before the Spartans can breach the walls.
Something else to mention too is the moments that you see me select the dialogue in the final edit of the project that I'm doing, you will not see the text on screen at all. I'll try to be able to edit it as cleanly as possible so that you'll never see the text of the dialogue choices before the character actually starts speaking. It'll be like camera on one character, they say their dialogue, and then camera on, our character and they say their dialogue and crisscross. Because usually that's how these conversations in these games are edited. The camera will be on the subject that is talking, and then it'll be on to you as the character. And then once your character says what they have to say, it'll cut to the other character and then say their dialogue. So when I'm editing and having the dialogue audio by itself without the sound effect audio means that the sound effect of choosing a dialogue option doesn't come through, because they even add sound effects for things like menus, of course, and selecting dialogue. So to be able to make sure that the conversation is as clean as possible, that's why I need to isolate the dialogue volume from the music and from the sound effects as well, so that when I'm editing it together, I can make it not only seamless visually by taking the text of the dialogue choices off the screen, because of when I choose to actually start the clip of when the character's talking, but I can also make sure that the sound of making the dialogue choice isn't interfering with the actual audio that I'll be putting in the edit, kind of thing.
Θα τον χρεών της χείρας. Ο της θαλάσσης πόλεμος απαξίει τα εμπορεύματα εκ του ευξήνου πόντου. Μην η καπνιστή
The part of Athens I doubt Pericles is proud to talk about. There has to be a clue around here somewhere. Snakes. Like the ones that were meant to kill Metiochos.
Τι γίνεται? Ποιος εμέ περιπέσει?
Snake bites. And someone hid the body. Though I have a feeling this death was an accident. It looks like the thugs who attacked Metiochos weren't the masterminds behind this plot. This must be the house of Metiochos' attackers. But the letter proves they're just tools in someone else's plan. Whose?
What the fuck are you doing sniffing around my house?
You attacked Metiochos. I found the snakes, the letter from your friend, and a body. All here.
Ah, poor Actis. We all knew the risks. Change don't happen without a bit of blood being spilled.
Why kill Metiochos with snakes?
We're prisoners in our own city because of Pericles and his crooked friends. The snake dealer told us it's time to send a message. Time they suffered.
You can't take the law into your own hands. Now I need to decide what to do with you.
Cleon says it's time we took the city back from the elite. Time to fight. Don't matter what you do to us. There will be others who follow our lead.
I know someone gave you those snakes. They used you to do their dirty work. I want to know who.
He's a real hero of Athens. No puppet of Pericles is going to stop him.
Don't be someone's puppet. Tell me where the snake dealer is.
All right, all right. He's got a camp just outside the walls. Sells his snakes from there.
It's not too late to make a difference, but we have to work together.
Maybe you're right. You didn't have to show us mercy. But where do we start?
Start here. This district is your home. Ignore the politicians and concentrate on where you can make change.
Thank you. We will try.
I need to rid Athens of this snake seller.
Thank you for helping us see the truth.
All right, there's like a cacophony of NPC voices and everything like that, so I don't know how it's going to be when I'm actually editing the audio for the project I'm putting this all towards, but it'll be a bit of a challenge, but we'll see what I can do. Maybe I can find a way to isolate the NPC dialogue, because sometimes I'll stop and wait to get the NPC dialogue on its own without actually saying anything, so maybe I can cobble something together that way.
The watch will be vigilant here.
Back up, Mistios! You're too close! You'll die here!
You'll feel the sting of my venom. I'll end you, Mistios. You can't stop me.
Help! It burns!
His death should keep friends of Pericles safe.
Alrighty then, so now we have done that part with the dialogue only. I already covered that with the sound effects only. Now I can just keep on continuing on with the dialogue only to finish out the rest of this quest.
Ότι στα λάσσης πόλεμος απαξίει τα εμπορεύματα του ευξήνου πόντου. Νίνη καπνιστή ηχθείς εσύ εντόπι.
Ότι στα λάσσης πόλεμος απαξίει τα εμπορεύματα εκ του ευξήνου πόντου. Νίνη καπνιστή ηχθείς εσύ εντόπι.
Παρόδοτα των χρεών της χείρας, ούκ η δάνειος υπάρχει, οπότε εις αυτήν δώσομεν το χρέος γουν. Ότι ο σύζυγος ημών τέθνηκε, μη χρεολητήσεων μία τριακάδα αγελάδων, ας την ασύλληφθε παρεμού και του εμού αδελφής.
Looks like your situation's improved since we last met.
The danger has passed for now. But while those monsters are out there, no one is safe.
A group of fishermen tied you up. They were being used by a snake dealer working for enemies of Athens.
What did you do with them?
I showed them the error of their ways and sent them on their way. They won't be bothering you again.
I'm glad no blood was shed. But how do you know they won't return?
I made it very clear that doing anything stupid would make me angry.
Well, that must have been a terrifying experience for them. Thank you for your help, Mistios. I'll be sure to mention this to Pericles.
Thank you for your help, my friend.
Alright, so I'll make a save. Alright, so the next quest that I'm going to cover is Escape from Athens.
Λέγω εμ' αυτό έβρε την άσχολη.
Ως χυθίστε τα πρικόα, έσονται του αδρός.
Είναι ως εσύ ή πηγέ. Κουκούν, συμμορείτε πληροφορία, λαμβάνουν.
Πού με ακούεις? Λέγω
Γιατί διαιωνίζομεν τους μύθους, διασώζονται ο άντρες και γυναίκες δύναμε φέρει νημήν.
Keep it moving. Stop. I can't let you go any further.
All right. I guess you could argue that the reason why the dialogue choice of asking why are you out here could potentially be something that would be worth asking, because we're in Athens right now and this is an Athenian soldier, and because Pericles is Athenian, it could be a case where you might assume that this soldier is guarding Phidias not because he's wanting to make sure that no bad people come to see him, but that he's actually wanting to stop people like Cassandra going in to see him. But you don't necessarily know that. So you could argue that that would be a question that Cassandra would ask. However, because Cassandra is not someone who trusts necessarily every Athenian person, at the moment she's trying to, prove that she is trustworthy and that she can be trusted by Pericles and all that kind of stuff. But that doesn't mean that she's just going to be trusting of every single Athenian. I think she'll still have that level of skepticism about some of them. So that's why I decide, or I choose not to ask that question, because you could also say that Cassandra's instincts are good enough to know that there might be something fishy going on here as well. And asking why are you out here is a pointless thing for the character to ask.
Stand aside, this is important.
So is keeping people out. Maybe you can see Phidias after his trial, if the people spare his life.
So I like to play Cassandra as someone who doesn't lie to people. And sometimes that's not 100% easy to keep track of, because sometimes there's things where it's like, maybe the character would. So Pericles sent me is definitely not a lie, whereas Phidias is my lover is a lie, and Phidias is my friend is a lie. Pericles sent me is not a lie. Usually, I would have Cassandra lie to people that she doesn't trust, or that she doesn't know very well because she doesn't trust them. So she wouldn't want to reveal truth to people necessarily straight away, so would otherwise, say something else. But in this instance, I'm going to choose the option of having Cassandra be honest about this.
Listen, I'm working for Pericles. He wants me to see Phidias.
Well, I'm working for the people of Athens and they want Phidias dead. Now back off or you're dead too.
Now, obviously, you can do this, of course, which is definitely a choice that is not pointless. You could definitely, go that way if you like. But I'm going to go with, I'm sure Drachme could change your mind.
Everyone has a price. How much drachmi is this going to take?
Depends how much you have.
Here, take it.
That'll do just fine. You tell anyone I did this and you're as good as dead.
Funny. I was going to say the same to you. Sorry about that.
How did you get past the guard? No one gets past the guard.
Relax. Pericles sent me.
Praise Athena. I knew he'd send help. I was worried they sent someone after me.
All right, so my priority dialogue choice here that I chose is we need to get you out of here. But I want to cover my bases for this project, and I'm going to actually also choose they seem to scare you as well. So we'll do this variation first. I also need to redo this conversation, but with the sound effects only, because of the fact that he drops what he's using to sculpt with. So I need to get that sound effect as well separate. But I'll cover the dialogue for him first.
They? Who?
The shadows in the night. Why you fear falling asleep. They're hunting me, us. No one is safe in Athens anymore.
So you do know. I tried talking to Pericles, but we were interrupted.
Of course I know about the cult. Here, look at this.
These are instructions.
On how to kill me. But they've been torn.
Then Pericles isn't just getting you out of Athens to save you from the trial. He's saving you from being murdered.
I don't know who to trust. I'm just an artist. I just wanted to create. Please, what am I to do?
First, you need to pull yourself together. You're on trial, the people are against you, and now I find that the cult want to kill you. I said pull yourself together!
Yes, of course.
All right, so I'm going to cover these ones now.
Cleon said you're wasting the people's drachmi. If he had his way, he'd serve them your head.
Cleon mentioned me? That's going to hurt Pericles. First impiety, now theft. After all we've done for this city.
You and Pericles seem close.
For Pericles and me, it started with our love of Athens. Our differences push us to greatness. That is true friendship.
All right, we need to go. Do you have any idea where I can take you?
South of Athens, there's an island called Seriphos. My friend Theras lives there. When I discovered the plot against me, I sent word to him. If anyone can help us, he can.
Any clues he has of the cultists' identities, I want them.
Yes, anything. A guard!
I'll distract them while you sneak out. Meet me tonight to set sail for Seriphos. Don't show your face until you see me at the docks.
I understand.
You didn't really think I'd let you come and go as you please, did you? Now, where are you?
All right, so time to reload the save and then get the other dialogue options.
He sent me to get you out of Athens.
So he knows about the plot.
You mean the trial? From what I've seen, you don't stand a chance.
Pah! The people love me. I am the Phidias. But there are others. Look.
Malaka. It isn't the trial Pericles is saving you from. These are instructions to murder you. Who wrote this?
I don't know who to trust. I'm just an artist. I just wanted to create. Please, what am I to do?
First, you need to pull yourself together. You're on trial. I said pull yourself together!
Yes,
All right, we need to go. Do you have any idea where I can take you?
South of Athens, there's an island called...
Any clues he had?
Yes, a guard.
I'll distract them while you sneak out.
I understand.
You didn't really...
Alright, so we've got all those dialogue bits. Now what I need to do is get the sound effects for this conversation because of the fact that he is holding items that he actually interacts with, and he actually drops the tool that he's using as well. even though there's enemies that come into that area, the game doesn't treat it as an enemy location, so you can actually fast travel out of there if they don't detect you.
Το κρέας γίγνεται φεύ κάκιον και πολλό κάκιον έτη. Έκαστος κρεοπόλης λέγει το αυτό. Πι έστι το κάλιο.
So many boats. So many people. There must be enough food here to feed Kefalonia for a year. If I meditate, maybe Phidias will be here when I'm done.
Το κρέας γίγνεται φεύ κάκιον και πολλό κάκιον.
Έχουμε νίνον εκ των σπουδαίων αμπελώνων νάκ.
Good. You made it. I was beginning to worry.
I told you I'd get you out of Athens.
So you did.
Can your friend be trusted?
Theras and I have been friends for a long time. I just sent word telling him where to meet us.
Wasting time will only get us into trouble. Let's head to Seriphos while we still can.
I hope leaving Athens was the right thing to do.
Of course it was. You'll be safe this way.
Will I?
Safer than you were, at least. If the cult can't find you, they can't kill you. It's simple.
So long as they don't find me, yes. But who knows where they are? Who they are? We could be heading somewhere even more dangerous.
Maybe. But this is your best chance. Ready to sail!
Nice to have you back, Commander. There! Looks like something valuable!
Alright, so I think from memory this can be a pain to get the dialogue without any interruptions because pirate ships can interfere and all that kind of stuff.
I never thought I'd leave
Commander,
Athens for good.
we're in open water.
Thanks, Barnabas, for telling us we're in open water just as the other dialogue's happening. Thank you.
As I've called home. Head for open water!
I never thought I'd leave Athens for good.
I've left places I've called home.
You're quiet tonight, Barnabas.
Sorry. Years ago, on a bright night like this one, my old friend Garos and I were sailing to Samos when we heard our names being sung out in the middle of the darkness. The song was so sweet, we forgot how to sail.
Don't tell me. You saw the sirens.
I covered my ears to drown out their chants. But when I went to warn Garos, he was gone. I never saw him again.
I'm sorry.
When the sea calls, you never know where it will lead you. Garos might be king of some faraway land by now. You never know.
Rowers! Go! Herodotus, what's that island ahead of us?
That, my friend, is the famous island of Salamis.
The place where Athens defeated the Persians.
It's in this bay that the great Athenian strategos Themistocles destroyed the Persian fleet and saved the Greek world from annihilation. You don't see many heroes like that anymore.
Sails! Battle positions!
Hopefully, the cult won't bother me now. I'm out of Athens.
Go! Reduce speed! Spears at the ready! Go! Barrage!
We're reloading!
Spears! Ready to shoot!
Malaka! A miss! I think they are going to ram us!
Loose!
We're getting in position! We need to fire again!
Throw your spears! Arrows at the ready!
Just a moment!
Forward!
Hopefully, the cult won't bother me now I'm out of Athens.
Let's move! We're at full speed!
We need to let the rowers rest, Commander!
Sailing speed!
I think we're out of danger. Can never get too comfortable on these waters, though.
Rowers in position!
Do you see that volcano?
It's pretty hard to miss.
Some say there is an entrance to the underworld at the bottom.
And what? You enter by diving in it?
That's the spirit! A brave Arcadian I once knew had the same idea.
And what happened to him?
The heat of the flames turned him to ashes before he made it halfway down.
I guess some mysteries are best left unexplored.
Lower the sail!
This is a nice ship.
You don't have to do that.
Do what?
Fill the silence.
Oh, I wasn't trying to do that at all. I simply don't find myself traveling the seas very often.
It can be freeing.
Shall we dig it up?
Freeing.
Barnabas, I don't need to be told every time there's salvage. Jesus Christ.
Seems to be.
Good to have you back,
Speed
Commander.
up! Sails down!
We should pick up that salvage.
This is a nice ship.
You don't have to do that.
Do what?
Fill the silence.
Oh, I wasn't trying to do that at all. I simply don't find myself traveling the seas very often.
It can be freeing.
Yes, freeing seems to be an accurate word. Although I've begun to feel a bit sick.
Lean over the side if you need to. Otherwise, you're cleaning it up.
There's a little bit of other dialogue that started at the start of that dialogue, but I've already gotten the start of that dialogue, so in the editing I'll just have to splice the two different variations together.
Sails! Now!
There's some debris in the water.
Is your stomach turning as much as mine is?
You'll get used to it. We'll reach Serifos before long.
Get the oars out!
Commander on board.
More speed! Fight them for all you're worth!
They're trying to ram us.
Fire the volley!
Give
Light
us a
them
chance to
up!
reload.
Loose spears! Light the volley! Archers! We need you! Arrows!
We are ready to light them up, Commander. Poseidon's balls! We missed!
Oh my fucking god, game. I just want to get to the fucking island without having to stop and fucking do ship battles.
Welcome back! Where shall we go?
Ready yours! Ready oars for docking!
It's good to see you alive and well, Phidias.
And you, Theras. As you can see, I didn't get here alone.
Ah, yes. The kind and thoughtful hero you mentioned in your letter.
So I'm choosing the I just wanted Fidia safe. I'm not going to worry about getting the other variation for my project. The reason I choose I just wanted Fidia safe versus I did this for myself is because even though you as the player might decide you want to play Cassandra as a mercenary, or Alexius if you're playing as him, you want them to be a mercenary that is only out for themselves and all that kind of stuff. The story as scripted doesn't match that. So I'm going to go with I just wanted Fidia safe because to me it matches better what the scripted aspects of the story are making the character to be like, not what you yourself as the player might want the character to be like.
I'm glad I could get him out alive.
And for that heroism, I found some information on a man named Brisson who's plotting Phidias' early demise. Hopefully you can make something of this clue.
I can.
Please give Pericles my thanks and my farewell. And be careful. I still believe many in Athens are in danger.
Huh?
Thank you again. Don't forget to come see me under less stressful circumstances. Huh?
Just want to test something for my own curiosity for future reference. In Assassin's Creed Origins, after a quest is done, you can still sometimes get dialogue with the character that was part of a quest after the quest is finished.
Thank you again. Don't forget to come see me under less stressful circumstances.
In Phidias' case, I guess not.
Ready for sail!
Nice to see you, Commander.
Hey there, Alessandra. Welcome on in. That's right, yeah. I want to get the dialogue audio on its own and also the sound effects dialogue. Sorry, the sound effects dialogue. The sound effects on their own as well. Because I'm doing a editing project. A long-term one. It's not something that I'll be doing next week or something, but but I just want to lay down as much of that as possible. I'll just be focusing on the Family Questline for this run. And then at a later date, I'll do the other quest lines to get the same kind of thing done.
Ship your oars!
because it's pretty time consuming because I've got to reload saves and then change the options, and then sometimes I might want to get the different dialogues for choices that normally, once you make the decision, you can't go back and choose the other one unless you reload your save and do that.
Lower the oars! Come on!
I don't think they can pull the oars any faster!
Get the oars ready!
Commander, away!
I think I should actually synchronize the viewpoint here because we also obviously have to come here later in the story to
Ella.
Εφεάθη πολλήν κοσμήματα εις την αγορά.
Μεγαλώνει και πολιώνει με. Τίνος εσύ είπηγε, ουκούν συμμορείτε.
Τι δεστιά την άξικοα. Ο μωροπαχύδερμος απεμέθησε και ανοίγει φράνων μεταφυλίων.
Η τραγωδία διαφθείρει τους νέους και ούτε καταναλώνει με τεχνών μύθιου.
The famous Acropolis, a testament to humankind's skill and craftsmanship.
Είναι ηθική αξία το τραγουδοποιό.
Μεγαλώνει με και πολιώνει. Κρατέα και τρομερή Αθηνά, δέξου την καινή ημών προσφορά.
Μεγαλώνει σε μάκαρ πολιώνει με ύπολε και τελικά.
Συλλέγομαι εσύ των υπαρότερων μοιρών, το εκλεκτόν του σωστή, τετίμησε 12 δραχμών.
Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning to you also. Welcome on in. Odyssey's going good. Making more progress. I had a moment where I had to get dialogue while on the ship, and there was various interruptions because Barnabas would be like, "There's some salvage over there," as another character was talking. Or I'd get attacked by ships while a character was talking, and then dialogue would be like, "Ready the oars," or "Ready arrows," and all this type of stuff. So I had to save and reload in increments as I was going on the water. And there was one moment where I got the start of something fine, but then more dialogue interrupted it. And then when I tried it again, I got the dialogue interrupted at the start. No, it was the other way around. I got the ending part of the dialogue. No, hang on. I'm fucking confusing myself. Reloading and saving so many times with this procedure. But in any case, I can take the two versions of it and cobble it together in editing so it's all in one. So we're just doing some quests related to the main story, and we've done 2 of the 3 that's required of us. And now I'm about to work on the 3rd. But it's been going good, but I still have a hell of a lot of stuff to go. As I was mapping out my dialogue choices and the main quests from a few playthroughs ago, I gave them numbers, and I'm only up to mission 23. And I counted. Now the count might not be accurate, but it's the count that I went with based on each individual quest that's part of the main quest. So if there's 3 quests that are part of the main quest, I don't just count all 3 as one. I count them individually. So the Family Questline, when that is accomplished, that brings it to 52. So I counted 52 main missions where the Family Questline is finished, and I'm up to mission 23. Listen, do you just notice how far away the camera is from the character in this one? AC3 had the character take up so much of the screen. That's true, yeah, they definitely played with that aspect with a lot of these games later as well, which I think is good, but it would have been cool to have the option between the 2 different ones. That's a good way to break them down and document them. Oh, absolutely. And because there's different moments where one dialogue has to be chosen out of a few, and unless you reload your save and choose the others, you have to stick with the one that you chose. So there are some instances where I'm just getting the dialogue of those different choices just in case I decide that I need to use them. And I've got priority dialogue that I've mapped out that I choose. And it's one of those games too where the story and the character is scripted to be one way, and that doesn't always match what you might decide to play your character like in the choices you make.
I should try to stay out of sight.
I'll gut you!
I will slaughter you!
Listen, at the end of the day, the game still says this is my story, and I will tell it the way I see fit, no matter what the player wants. Yeah, and I mean, some of the choices, that you make do actually, match and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, there's some choices where you go, hang on, I wanted my character to be this kind of attitude, but the game is scripted to make them the opposite attitude. It's like, so it's a bit of a wishy-washy kind of thing sometimes. Which is why I feel that they should have went with the less dialogue options is better approach. At least for this first game in the series where they do dialogue choices. Like ease the franchise into that mechanic. Don't just throw it in the deep end with it.
All over the Greek world. You wouldn't think the city was besieged by an army of Spartans.
Alright, so let's reload that autosave. Because I forget moments where the character will say dialogue upon entering a certain area.
Βλάξη. Μόνο της βλάξη θεωρείται πλήρως έχουν ψυχάσει.
Gods from all over the Greek world. You wouldn't think the city was besieged by an army of Spartans.
Alright. So, because the character makes exertion noises and they are tied to the dialogue audio, it means that I crouch and move so that no sounds like that are made over the top of the dialogue. Alright, so I'll make a save here, and then we'll go through this. With the dialogue choices.
Προείρικα το πατρί σου ότι έδι πάβει να αποστείλω τις εδώ.
Ωρα, πλήρωνες κλεφτρισμούς.
Shipment of supplies is finally coming. But here's the captain says so himself. You never actually listen to me, do you?
You must be the one Pericles sent.
I am. He said there was an ostracism vote, but didn't tell me what I'm here to do.
Of course he didn't. That's what I'm for.
Alright, so. Going to get these ones. Any text that is in white is text that means once you ask it, it'll go back to this branch, so you can ask the next thing. The yellow text is always the dialogue that will move things along.
If someone is exiled, can they return?
If they do, they'll be punished.
What does someone have to do to be ostracized?
Anyone seen as a threat to the city or the people is enough. And then it is up to the vote. Some have been ostracized for simply being more disliked than the person they're up against.
What's my role in this?
The votes have already been cast. We don't have long before they're counted. Take the Ostraka in this bag and exchange them with the ones currently under guard.
You want me to rig the ostracism?
Pericles does. And he has his reasons, I'm sure. Bring me the bag you took from the room and I'll take care of the rest.
No one will see me go in or out. Stay here.
You don't have much time.
Get a room, you two.
Ο της θαλάσσης πόλεμος απαξιεί τα εμπορεύματα εκ του ευξήνου πόντου.
Alright, so I don't need to do anything special with that dialogue that we just actually heard with that dude, so I'll just make another save here. Now I want to make sure that I actually do this without being detected, so I might also need to reload just for that fact, because obviously in the playthroughs that I've done in the past to go towards this playthrough, I've already achieved the quest being done without being detected. So to make sure that the dialogue that I'm getting from this run through the game actually matches that, because I'm getting it isolated from the actual sound effects and music that would be in the other footage from the other playthroughs. I need to make sure it matches up.
Ούκ έχομεν θήνους εκ πόντου, ου διαλυστά έχομεν έτη, και εκ Βυζαντίου η Χαλκιδόνος αισθητή.
Πολλό ό,τι δύναμε ονείστε, φίλε. Ένα οβολόν της...
Βλάξη! Μόνο τις βλάξε περίδι δούλους έχει ψυχά.
Το κρέας γίγνεται φεύγει.
Τι γίγνεται?
Ίσως ο χείρος παρεβίασε τη θύραν και εισήλθε, ενώ ελάμβανον τα μήλα. Ή ίσως ανέοκτο υποτί...
Αληθώς. Και πολλούς ητούτους ευθύσεις ηθικών. Ως και φύλαξε μέρος φύλαμα. Και ανιχνεύει.
Better stay hidden.
Hey, look where you're going!
Φοβούμαι σε.
Τρομερότατον εστί.
Αθωότατο σημεί. Διατίαμε. Πάυσε τούτου. Οι οφθαλμοί μου προτεύουν.
You catch the latest gossip? We're being sent to guard the shipment of
Πού με
spears.
ακούεις?
Who said?
Λέγωση, η θυγατήρ σου με τα φύλλων σε μωρή.
Good spears already. Okay. Rather carry
Ου καλυθές τούτο εστί.
to a fight anyway. At least if it's one of the crowded, grunty...
Huh?
Πάψε! Σε ηγετεύω!
Απεχθέσεστη!
Τι συνέβη
Φόβον
μόλις?
με προκαλείς!
Τι γίνεται?
Μέχρι τινός.
Προστεί το όλον.
Άπαγε, και μη επιστρέψεις.
Move aside!
Διατήτου των όλων!
Trespasser!
That should do it. I should let Pericles' contact know.
What?
This is something you can't do in Origins with the torch, by the way. You can't throw it close to an enemy and then they go and investigate. They're programmed not to even bother with it. However, in this game and in Valhalla, they actually do. So that can come in handy if you want to distract an enemy or lure them away from somewhere. Obviously, the difficulty with doing that tactic is if there's multiple characters that see it.
Move! Now!
Alright, there we go. Got that done with that being detected. Haven't you finally back home? So hot and humid outside, is it? Yeah, I wouldn't like that very much myself.
Ίστα έχω ευποδία και ημί καλή χρόνων. Ο πατήρ μου έλεγε δίν με βίνος θέατρον. Είδ του των εκπληκτικών άνθρωπων, σπουδαίος χωροτιδάσκαλος, ως της ίοντε διδάξιν άπαντας.
Ουχή, ήκουσα την ευθεία ταύτην και το πρώτερο. Μέληση υπήν περί επιδάμου.
Harbinger, did you work out? You had a shower, you went for a walk, you came home sweating, another shower, now you're having a sandwich. Well, I hope you enjoy your sandwich. What are you having on it? Okay, so I think this might be a situation where there's dialogue that I want to cover, just in case I want to use the audio of it, but might not necessarily mean that I will. I just want to have it there as an option for my project, just in case I need it. I think this might be one of those. Harbinger just lettuce, turkey, and low-fat cheese. Well, that sounds good, Harbinger. I definitely like turkey stuff.
It's done.
You work quickly.
What are you going to do with them?
Dump them in a well. Ah, it looks like the official has arrived.
The votes have been tallied. Overwhelmingly, the people have decided that Anaxagoras should be ostracized from Athens.
Be slow to fall into friendship, but once you do, continue firm and constant. It will be more difficult for me now that Anaxagoras must leave Athens. We were quite close, although he and Pericles were much closer. It's strange, Pericles wasn't here today to defend him.
Harbinger and whole grain seed bread. That sounds good too as well.
Would Pericles normally defend someone?
A good friend? Of course. Yet, Anaxagoras seems pleased with the result. This day has brought more questions than answers.
You said you were close.
He was like a mentor to me. Many of my best thoughts came to fruition through our conversations.
Who are you?
Ask anyone and they'll tell you Socrates. But a name gives you nothing. Our actions determine who we are, and every action has its pleasures and its price. With that said, then, who do you claim to be?
Okay, so my priority choice for this was I'm a mercenary, but I also want to get the alternate dialogue just in case I decide to use it in the edit for the project I'm doing. So we'll go with I'm Cassandra first, and then all the other variations, and then come back again after reloading the save, and then choose it's a mercenary and all the other different variations as well.
My name is Cassandra.
And still, I don't feel I know you. Perhaps I can find out who you are a different way.
You want to know me?
Knowledge is the one good in this world. Surely you agree?
Alright, now this choice though, because I'm playing Cassandra as a mercenary who doesn't just put the money first and then decides whether or not to do something that might help someone, I'm playing her as someone that is willing to forego any payment at all if it means being able to help someone. You know, so in this instance, I'm not going to worry about getting the other choice, so I'm just going to go with knowledge matters most.
Of course. Knowledge drives everything I do.
Then we are the same in that way.
Knowledge of when to attack, what weapon to use, or when to use reason instead of violence.
We seem to put our love of knowledge into practice quite differently.
I use it how I need to.
You are clearly someone who would do whatever you feel is necessary. Perhaps for drachmi, or maybe to further a personal goal.
That describes a lot of people.
I suppose I'm curious why you did it. How could I not be when you're the reason my friend is being forced to leave the only home he's ever known?
Alright, so I like to play Cassandra as someone who doesn't lie to people, unless she doesn't trust them because there's something about them that she is like, not too sure about you and your intentions and all that kind of stuff. I feel that with someone like Socrates here, he's pretty much an open book in terms of like, he's not trying to hide anything from Cassandra or anyone. You know, he's really interested in all points of view and what people think of certain things versus, you know, other stuff and all that kind of stuff. But you could, if you wanted to, choose the option to lie. And for those who don't know, whenever you see a scales icon next to a dialogue choice, it means that it's a lie. But sometimes even dialogue choices without the scales next to them are actually lying as well. So sometimes it's a bit difficult to judge. But because I want to play Cassandra as someone who's not going to lie unless it's someone that she doesn't trust and they're very, like, you know, suspicious and all that kind of stuff, I'm going to go with I had to do it, which is the truth.
I did what I was asked to do.
And your needs are greater than those of the man you helped ostracize. Still, you raise a fine point. Who is more responsible? Anaxagoras for getting himself mixed up in this, or you, for simply sealing his fate?
Alright, so this is definitely a tough kind of question. In some ways it's like, which came first, the chicken or the egg? And when you look at these two options, you have Anaxagoras is responsible, or I'm responsible. But the thing about that is, sometimes the responsibility of things is a shared thing. But sometimes things happen that we don't anticipate, which are out of our control. So Anaxagoras might have avoided this situation if he knew ahead of time that this was potentially what could happen. But if it's something that he had no knowledge of beforehand or wasn't even expecting, then it's quite unfair to expect him to be responsible for what happens when it's an external thing that he had no control over. But if it was something that he had control over, and he's the one that ultimately made that decision, then he would be responsible. Now, as far as where Cassandra is concerned, she's not responsible for whatever happened to Anaxagoras, whether what happened was something he did, or whether it was an external thing that happened to him that he couldn't control. All that Cassandra can take responsibility for is the fact that she decided, given the scenario, to go one way or the other. And so, because we're doing these things, because Cassandra needs to prove that she's trustworthy to Pericles, one of the things that she wants to do in this situation is do what is needed to be done. And insofar as what she has done herself, she's responsible for that. So this is another one of those questions which is kind of difficult. So I'm actually going to go for one response over the other just to get both of them. When I reload the save and then try different dialogue choices, then I'll be able to get those as well. But as I said before, like, I'd rather have all this material to choose from than actually not. Because sometimes you don't really know what you're going to go for in an edit until you're literally editing it. Sometimes what you are thinking before you start editing might not necessarily be how you actually end up going with things. So I'd rather have as much materials to work with as possible, just in case. I might stick with whatever I decided before, but I might not. So it's nice to actually have all those options. Harbinger, if you all the Socrates quests, then you predict you won't finish this before 2024. Well, the thing about this playthrough is I'm not trying to do all in one I'm separating the story arcs. So for this phase, I'm just focusing on the family questline. There may be some cultists that I need to take care of as part of that quest line because they're main quest cultists. But all the other cultists, which are basically you doing side quests to unlock them, to be able to do, I'm not actually doing them in this current run. I will be in a future run, but that future run won't be like next month or something. It'll probably be a few months from now when I feel like doing this process again, because it's a pretty time-consuming and energy-consuming process to do it this way. However, you're right insofar as the fact that there are quite a few main quests that have cultists as part of it too. So that will mean taking a longer time as well. I think if I look at my notes that I kept, I went with the Anaxagoras option. So that's my priority one. So I'm going to go with the I am responsible one first, just to get the dialogue to use or not use, depending on what happens.
Fine. I'm more responsible. But I did it because I have one concern. Myself.
Then I hope you also think about today. About Anaxagoras, about choice.
Socrates! There you are.
Here I am.
You're late. They're all waiting for you.
I wish to see Anaxagoras' fate, and so I have. Tell them I'm on my way. Well, it seemed our conversation is at its end. Although I hope it isn't the final one we have.
I wouldn't know. That's everything Pericles wanted. Time to return to him and find out what these Athenians know about my mother.
Alright, so now hearing that dialogue choice, it definitely doesn't fit what I'm going for. So I think in that case, I'll definitely go with the priority dialogue that I originally intended. I forgot that that's actually the wording. Because sometimes too, in games like this, the text that they use to describe what choice is available doesn't always reflect what the dialogue will actually be. Because sometimes when we read words, when we read words, the only context we can get is amongst, other words. We don't know about tone and inflection unless someone, says those words. So it's a bit harder to sometimes know if just by the words they put as the choice, if that's actually going to match what gets said.
It's done.
You would dump...
The overwhelming...
It will be...
I'm just skipping all that part because I've already covered that.
Who are you?
Alright, so this time I'm going to go with my priority choice, which is I'm a mercenary.
I know the price of actions. I have to as a mercenary.
That simple piece of information tells me more about you than your name ever could. Explaining oneself must be carefully done.
Explaining myself would take more time than I have.
Then let us focus on a single recent event. Tell me, as a mercenary, is there anything you wouldn't do?
Alright, so I'd do anything for the right price. Even though the price is mentioned last in the sentence, there's also the factor of what is it that is being asked. And so choosing I'd do anything for the right price, Socrates or other people would be right in asking a follow-up question of, okay, so if you had to kill an innocent person to get more money than what you would get if you took a job to actually rescue someone, which choice would you actually make? Would you choose the killing of the innocent person to get more money from it, or would you choose the saving the person from the other job to get less money? But the way that I'm playing Cassandra is that what comes first is what the actual thing is. So if there's someone who's starving and they really need food, Cassandra's not going to say, in my mind, she's not going to say, "Hey, I'll give you this bread if you pay me money." You know, she'd be like, "You need this food? Here you go," kind of thing. So I'm going to choose and keep to everyone has a line that they won't cross, which is my priority choice anyway, but looking at the other choice, it doesn't fit the way that I want to play Cassandra as, because there's moments in the story that are scripted that you can't choose the dialogue for that actually doesn't have her be like a, you know, she'll do whatever for the right price, regardless of what the thing is, whether it's killing an innocent person or whatnot. You know, that's something that she's scripted not to be like.
Just because I'm a mercenary doesn't mean I'll do anything.
Even if the pay was more than adequate for the task?
Even then.
What if you were offered something you desperately needed, something you couldn't get anywhere else? Would you move this line you've made for yourself?
Alright, so this is a thing where my priority dialogue choice that I mapped out was to have Cassandra say, my line has moved enough. But you could also say my line could move more. So I think what I want to do is just get this dialogue and have it under my belt in case I do decide that this way is the better way. But it will mean having to reload my save and choose the same choices to get to this point again and then choose the opposite. But that's what I'm here to do in this playthrough, so let's do it.
It moves when I need it to.
A strategy for those who must be adaptable, or for those who wish to justify their actions.
I decide if my actions are just.
You are clearly someone who would do whatever you feel is necessary. Perhaps for drachmi, or maybe to further a personal goal.
That describes a lot of people.
I suppose I'm curious why you did it. How could I not?
Alright, so I just skipped that because we've already got that dialogue. And I'm not going to choose this one. So I'll just choose this one again and then skip what I need to and then reload the save and do the other options.
I did what I was asked to do.
And your needs?
Actually, that's right. I was going to get this time. Alright, so I'll go with the priority choice in this decision here.
I'm not responsible for his actions. I have one thing to think about, my own.
Then I hope you also think about today, about Anaxagoras, about choice.
Socrates,
here I will...
That's everything Pericles wanted.
Dumped it.
It will be...
I know the pride. Just because I'm a mercenary...
What if...
Alright, so this time around I'll choose my line has moved enough. That's the priority choice that I've mapped out. But I just wanted to get the other one just in case I decide to use that instead.
My line has moved countless times since I was a child. But it still exists.
And will likely move again if what you say is true.
It may.
You are clearly someone who would do whatever...
That describes a lot.
I suppose I'm curious why you did.
I did what I was...
And your needs are great.
I'm not responsible.
Then I hope...
Socrates,
here
you're late.
That's everything Pericles wanted? Time to return to him and find out what these Athenians know about my mother.
There we go. Got all the variations I wanted. What I'm actually going to do is take a break.
Stay out of sight.
Because the next part of the story, I'll have to do a lot of different reloading and dialogue choices and stuff, and my brain needs a break from that for a few minutes. So I'll get as close as possible to this, and then I'll take a break, and then come back and do the next part. Oh yeah, Lucinda, it's just, it's like, it's something that I want to do. Obviously, I want to get this stuff, but sometimes it feels like you're trying to run through mud. Yeah, a bit mind numbing as well. Plus, trying to keep track of what choices I've already chosen. That's why it helps that I've got my mapped out choices, which are my priority ones. But when it comes to just testing to see what the other dialogues would be, in case I decide to go with that, it's a different story because it's like, okay, now did I choose that before or this one? But the good thing is, like when you're isolating the dialogue on its own, when you're editing that dialogue, depending on what you're trying to convey with it, and depending on what you have to work with, you could potentially take multiple different responses that you make for your character and that the person you're talking to makes, and then mix and match and splice them around and fit them in. Because the thing is, as long as visually it matches, and as long as the character's mouth can be seen moving when the words that are necessary to match, or if they're facing away from the camera, you can't see their mouth moving, but then that allows you in the edit to add some words that they might not have said, or take some words away that they might, have said, and do that kind of stuff. And you can also, choose when you want dialogue to start happening. So in my edit, like there might be some dialogue that I want to have happen before the interaction, and the game itself might only start the dialogue before the interaction when I'm like, about to start the interaction. In games where you want to get the dialogue, but you don't realize how close you are to the next part until it's too late and it cuts off the dialogue you're hoping for. I can potentially use that time window where there was no dialogue initially to place it there instead, so that by the time the dialogue is finished, the footage will catch up to the point where the initiation of the next part happens. So there's all these little tricks and things that I'll be able to do in the edit with all this stuff when it comes down to it. So I'll save that there, and I'll just put this into photo mode while I go and take my break. And I'll take a 10-minute one. Alrighty then, I'll leave it on that photo mode shot while I go and take a break, and I'll just put a message in chat as well. and pin it up the top. Thank you so much, Lucinda. I absolutely will. Be about 10 minutes. Hey there, playing catch up. I don't know if you're still in chat, but just in case, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. And that's no worries at all for the timing. Thank you so much for the raid. And thank you for leaving the lurk too. Thank you everyone for joining Playing Catch Up's raid. Thank you very much. Doing something very different with this playthrough. Just a bit of background on the project that I've been working on with this game. So in 2021 and in 2022, my annual playthroughs for this game were going through with certain dialogue choices already mapped out by me that I would choose. In 2021, the footage that I got from that, the majority of the gameplay, in fact all of it, had the HUD on. However, in 2022, when I did my annual playthrough of it, I did some sections without a HUD, so I could actually have it be more immersive. And so I've got all the visual content that I need for my project, but I wanted to get the dialogue audio separate on its own so I could manipulate that how I wished and things like that in the project. But I also need to get certain sound effects as well. So that's what the aim of this playthrough is to do, is to go through and get the dialogue on its own and then also get the sound effects on its own. Not all of it will be usable with the sound effects because sometimes there's multiple sounds happening at once. And if it gets to the point when I'm editing it where I can't really have one sound effect isolated on itself, I'll just have to find a replacement sound effect to add instead and that kind of stuff. But with dialogue choices, I'm also choosing sometimes to do options that I haven't mapped out, just in case I feel that the dialogue for that other option is actually better. So we've just done 3 quests related to Pericles. We're just about to go and enter his symposium. Thank you for the welcome back, Lucinda. Thank you so much. So the first thing I want to get with this part of the game is sound effects. Not necessarily for the sound effects on the way to the location, but while inside the location. There we go. So got some sounds from the ambience and all that kind of stuff. I still need to get more though because this is kind of like a party type situation. Hey there, Cyber. Welcome on in. I hope things are going well. Yeah, yeah. So this pass for this part, I'm just doing the sound, and then once I've done that, I'll be getting the dialogue then. So it can be a bit of a process doing it this way as well. Some sound effects I might not be able to use for the project that I'm working on, but if I at least have a guide for what kinds of sounds, then I can just find replacement ones online. You know, there's a lot of free sound effects, sites and stuff.
So proud of those born to be Spartans, they'll ride through the fire they face. They'll carry the weight of Leonidas. The bravest, they'll fight to the grave. The bravest, they'll fight to the grave.
Alright, so what I'm going to do is do this in parts. So I'm going to make a different save from this point, and then what I'm going to do is isolate it so it's the dialogue only, and then cover all the dialogue stuff by loading up the other save file that I've got from before all this. And if there's multiple dialogues I want to actually get the audio of, I can just reload the save again and then skip the ones that we've heard and then choose the other option that I might not have chosen and hear that and so on and so forth.
Get out of here! Ουκέγνω, τη δι πράτη. Πάρε αυτά του μέρους εγκαταλείψω. Ουε. Αποκτήνεις αντίνα.
Ενοχλείς με τα μάλα.
Μεγαλώνει με θεά.
Ου καρεστώνει τούτο.
Τι
We'll be watching you, Mystios. At least give them a welcome first. Fine. Pericles welcomes you to his symposium.
Apparently, the commander has never lost a single battle.
Hadn't heard.
I heard in all those battles, he's never killed...
Do you want to fight me?
If it's true, we better count ourselves lucky to have someone like him leading us.
I'll make the save before the conversation's here. That way I won't have to do that traveling part again. Hey there, Ryu. Welcome on in, dude. How's things going for you? Oh, that's great, Ryu. That's awesome that you're going well, dude.
Cassandra, it's you!
Phoebe!
You promised we'd see each other again, and now we have.
I also said stay out of trouble.
Which I have. Okay, almost out of trouble.
Alright, so earlier in the playthrough, I was talking about how before Cassandra leaves Kefalonia, there's dialogue choices for what to say to Phoebe, because Phoebe is, sad that you're going to be going. And there's only few and far between where this happens throughout this game, but what you choose to say to her then, all these missions later, actually comes back and you get a certain response from Phoebe depending on what you said. So if you said that you would promise to see her again, then that would be the response that you would get. And if you chose another option at that point in the story, she'd say something different to you now upon seeing you. In the future, I'll have to get the other variations as well, just to see which of the two I like the best, which will be even more time consuming. But in that case, it'll be quicker to get from one point to the next because I'll be skipping a lot of dialogue and stuff just to get what I need. But that's in a future sort of run. But in terms of this choice saying that Cassandra's telling her that, I promise that we'll see each other again, that's actually the response that we get for that. So I've mapped out the dialogue choices. I have priority ones, but I also, for this playthrough, want to grab any that I might, at a later date, decide, you know what, I might actually use this one instead, just to cover my bases as well. But I'm going to choose that, and then I never expected to see you here.
How did you even get here, Phoebe?
Well, I did make some drachmi working for Marcos.
So you paid someone to bring you to Athens?
Not exactly.
Phoebe...
I needed a drachmi for when I arrived. I couldn't use it all to leave, and I didn't want to wait any longer. So I sneaked on a ship. Don't worry, nobody saw.
I just can't believe you made it.
I don't remember much of Athens from when I was a baby. But every once in a while, something feels familiar. It's nice.
I can't believe you're here.
Me either. I can't believe we both made it to Athens. It's so much different from Kefalonia.
But what are you doing here?
I'm here to get you ready. I have to make sure you leave all your weapons and change into these clothes.
So you somehow work here? For Pericles?
No, for Aspasia.
I don't understand why I have to change.
It's just what you do here. I felt weird at first, but you forget about it pretty fast.
And my weapons?
Don't worry, I'll take care of them. We don't want to scare people in there.
Well... How is it you're working for Aspasia?
Well, I did get into a little bit of trouble after I got to Athens. I may have been a leader of a small group of orphans that tried to cheat Aspasia. We didn't know it was her, though.
And you convinced her to hire you?
No, she asked me on her own.
That was lucky. I think I'm ready to go in.
You can't. Not like that, anyway. The Athenians like it best when you try to fit in. But don't worry, I have just the outfit for you.
So earlier in the story, we had Cassandra infiltrating the Cult of Cosmos lair, and there was a cultist who basically said to Cassandra, not knowing it was her, of course, thinking that she was another cultist, because she had a robe and the mask as well, as part of her cover, asks you basically to make a blood sacrifice. And if you choose the dialogue choice of saying, no, I don't want to, the game scripted is supposed to have that happen anyway. So even if you choose not to, the game is like, fuck your choice. And then the character does it anyway. However, this is actually a rare occasion where you can actually choose to not change into the clothing that the game will give you if you choose this option. For this playthrough and for my project, I'm going to have Cassandra change into the clothes as part of the whole thing I was saying before about how she's trying to gain the trust of Pericles, and that this is one of those things that actually, goes towards that. So it doesn't change how things go if you don't change the clothes that Cassandra has when you actually get to this point. It just changes what reaction you get from Pericles, but it's not like it changes the story and makes Pericles, not like you or anything like that. So there's nothing like that to worry about. Lucinda, a single choice. How generous. That's it. Well, in this case, to change clothes or not to change clothes. That is the question.
I'll get changed. Promise you'll take care of my things?
Yep. Leave your weapons in the corner, and I'll come back when you're done.
I feel uncomfortable in this.
Now you look like everyone else.
You say that like it's a good thing.
It is. If you want them to take you seriously, this is the easiest way. Trust me.
Is that everything?
You're all ready to go in. Don't worry. You've done scarier things than this.
I'm struggling to think of any right now. Are you sure I can't keep just one weapon with me?
No weapons. Now hurry and go in. Oh, and don't leave without saying bye. You just got here. You can't leave already.
If I make a save here, it means that when I reload my save to get the other variations of dialogue, I don't have to skip through all the stuff that we just experienced.
Here, Cassandra. The mighty mercenary and traveler has finally made her grand entrance. Only slightly late, too.
Herodotus! Athenians have no problem letting me know when I'm not welcome. It's a relief to see your friendly face.
Don't let the company here tonight intimidate you.
I won't.
Pericles is no king. He needs these guests to love him so that the people love him. And they, in turn, need Pericles. You're no different from any of them.
Do you really think these people will help me?
They will if you get them to trust you. And you've wisely dressed for the occasion. Appearing trustworthy is the most important part of being trusted, after all. Now then, come, let me introduce you to everyone. They may not look it, but this group holds the way to the future on the tip of their opinionated tongues. Sophocles and Euripides, for example. Two of the most celebrated playwrights to date. No one can throw stones as far as they can. They appear to be locked in some kind of intellectual struggle, as is their way.
He's a writer of comedies, of all things. Comedies, Euripides.
Hello there, Stan. Welcome on in. Cadec. Okay, so the priority dialogue that I chose was, that doesn't look very intellectual. But I also want to get this just in case I decide to go for that instead. So we'll do this variation, and then later I'll do this variation. All you see is two frat boys. Yeah, I guess that's one way to look at these philosophers.
I've heard of Sophocles. In my line of work, it pays to know who the richest and most famous men are.
Hermippos has also written his fair share of comedies.
You should drink more.
Lately, his attitudes have garnered him more notice than his works. However, the fellow beside him, Protagoras, is a sophist worthy of as much praise as the great Socrates himself.
All right, so the priority dialogue that I selected for this was Socrates isn't that great. And I just want to get the other one as well because I might change my mind when I'm editing this project I'm doing all this towards. But I won't know that until I'm actually literally editing it. So we'll go with this, and then when I reload the save, I'll choose the other one, which is my priority one.
Inviting Socrates seems like a good way to ruin everyone's night. I'm surprised they would let him in the door.
Oh, don't let Socrates get under your skin. At least he wore shoes for the occasion. And the poor thing gesticulating like an ape is Thrasymachus. If you listen closely, you'll notice he and Socrates are actually arguing the same points. But the wind from his wild gestures deafens him to critique.
That isn't at all what I mean.
Where is Pericles?
Oh, he never attends his own parties. Which reminds me, there's something I need to get his help with.
Vile Socrates, always appearing where I least expect him. Warrior, protect me from his amorous gaze. Oh, Alcibiades, this is not a time for jealousy, but for love.
Let's not use Alcibiades as an example. Be good and don't drink too much. So, tell me, what does a Mystios like you think of a party like this?
All right, so I've gone with priority choice of Alcibiades seems interesting because I wasn't too sure on what Cassandra says when you choose this, which is like, parties should be about vomiting up blood, not vomiting up poetry. But just in case I decide to change my mind from choosing Alcibiades seems interesting, I'm going to go with this one on this pass through, and then I'll reload the save and choose the other.
This is going to be a long night. Party should be about vomiting up blood, not vomiting up poetry. These people are so clean.
If these guests aren't to your own unique tastes, then just focus on why you came here in the first place.
Thank you, Herodotus.
Now, if you'll excuse me, Pericles is here somewhere, and I need to prepare him. If he's alone, I'll tell him what your brother said.
Agreed. Pericles needs to know. I'll stay here and look for clues.
I hope they know something about your mother.
Me too.
That is true. That is Alcibiades to a T, Stanley. Alright, so I'm going to get this dialogue again because I interacted with these two. However, I can't remember if I did this in the last two playthroughs that I was doing to work towards this project, whether I spoke to these characters or not, but I may as well just grab it since I already got the conversation with sound effects.
Of course, I only use the terms war or god or civility in the context of what can be observed. So I can observe soldiers fighting, but does that bring me any closer to understanding war? I haven't seen you around before, citizen. Perhaps you'd like to spare me conversing with this man of nonsense?
Sure, we can talk. What about?
Before Protagoras changed the subject,
We were talking about the next great leader of Athens, Cleon.
I saw Cleon talk at the Pnyx. Even for a politician, he's scum.
Bah, you sound like every other blowhard in this place. Cleon is a champion of the people, and he's ready to tear down Pericles' elitism.
I take it you and Pericles aren't friends.
Hardly. Hermippos led the Tsars to have Aspasia ostracized and to see Pericles stripped of power. Not that it worked.
Yet, Pericles is the past. He's more worried about losing a few precious statues than he is fighting and winning the war. Cleon will rule this city and return it to greatness. Mark my words.
Mark my words. So just for the sake of covering, I'll just get all these options because I don't actually have them as part of my plotted out dialogue choices as well. Stan, Aspasia is such a satisfying name to yell out from the top of a building. Yes, Aspasia.
I'm looking for clues to help me find a woman. She was Spartan.
Looking and finding are quite different things, wouldn't you say? I could observe a priest offering sacrifice to the gods, but does that mean, in so doing, that I have myself found God? Or...
Oh, forget it. If you're an ally of Cleon, why would Pericles invite you?
You're not from Athens, outsider. Here, we keep our enemies closest of all.
Why isn't Aspasia here?
Can you be certain she isn't? To observe her presence is still no guarantee that she is here.
In my opinion, it's just like her to cower in the shadows while we stand out here in the light.
This has been useless. Here.
You're back.
This has been useless. Here.
Alright, so now I'm going to reload the save and cover the other dialogue choices I was talking about. Skipping some dialogue because we've already heard it. And I won't interact with those characters again that we just spoke to because I've gotten enough out of them. Don't need to redo that conversation.
Here, Cato,
Alright, so I've already covered the dialogue of I've heard of Sophocles, now to go with my priority choice.
Λίστα τον γείτονά μου ως της θέατρον συγγράφει. Ακίκο όταν η παιδίον έκλεψε τη άφη. Η ναοπατή φοβήσει αυτό, μετήλθε εις τόπον μου μαστιγούνται οι κακούχοι και είπε «Απάγεται τούτο». Αυτό ίον θεσί.
It looks more like a lover's quarrel to me.
Hermippos has also written his fair share of comedies.
You should drink more.
Lately, his attitudes have garnered him more.
Alright, so I've covered, I'm surprised Socrates is here, so now going to go with my priority choice, which is this one. The reason I wasn't choosing the other one straight away is because I was waiting for the laughter from the NPCs to reach a point where it sounded like there was going to be enough of a break in the sound that they're making for me to make sure that when I'm editing this audio later, at a later date, that I can isolate the small time frame from when they stop saying what they, or stop laughing to the next point where they start laughing.
not sure great is the term I would use.
Oh, don't let Socrates get under your skin. At least he wore shoes for the occasion. And the poor thing...
Alright, so the other time I chose Party's Not My Specialty. Now I'm going to go with my priority choice, which was Alcibiades seems interesting.
This party could be fun. Alcibiades drinks like a Spartan. Maybe he fights like one too.
If I could suggest anything, please don't start a fight. Or end one.
Thank you, Herodotus.
Now, if you'll excuse me...
I don't need to worry about getting the other dialogue choice, because I know for sure that I prefer to go with You Should Get Going as well. But you can choose that, like it doesn't, it doesn't change your ending or anything like that.
Agreed. Pericles needs to know. I'll stay here and look for clues.
I hope they know something about your mother.
Me too.
Alright, so now I've caught up, having covered the sound effects up until this point in the interactions, and also all the different dialogue variations and all that kind of stuff. Alright, so now to make another save, and then do a similar process for the other parts of this section. Although I think I should be able to... Oh no, there will be a part where I'll need to do the sound effects on their own. I'll try to make that the final thing that I do out of all the things that you can do to get the sound effects on their own for that part, instead of having just the sound effects on for every part until that point from this point on and all that kind of stuff. So I'll make another save on manual save 2. And then we'll continue going on with just the audio dialogue on. The dialogue audio on. Hey there, like. Welcome on in. Hope it's going well.
Yes, you come and talk to this infuriating air-bladder. I've had my fill. Perhaps later. First, explain to me your point again. And so it isn't the rich and powerful, but the gods who are the source of justice?
What? No! Have you been listening to nothing I say?
A new face in Pericles' abode. Ha! That in itself is a remarkable thing. You must have seen me doing my impression of Cleon. I call it the orange ape. Tell me, what does it think?
Alright. So, you can choose either one, of course. But my priority one is I have a name instead of don't call me it. But both are fine. But I'll go with this.
I am called many things. It isn't one of them.
What do you call yourself then? Creature of many names?
Cassandra.
I wouldn't peg you as a Cassandra, but never mind. I'm Aristophanes, and this man is Euripides. Oh, go on. Introduce yourself.
I'm Euripides.
For a playwright, you're not much for words.
Good men lead quiet lives, as old Euripides likes to say. Don't you, Euripides? Now, if you'll excuse us, I was just about to dazzle this old dog with my impression of Pericles. I call it the wooden board.
The man is your host.
Under every stone hides a politician, I always say. And Pericles is no different. It's come back for more. Care to see my impression of Protagoras? I call it the flapping bladder.
I'm sure she wouldn't.
Well, if you'll excuse us, I'm working on my impression of you. I call it the pretty monkey. Care for another impression? My favorite is Sophocles.
That one isn't funny.
Well, if you'll excuse us, I'm working on my impression of you. I call it the pretty monkey. Care for another impression?
That one is...
Well, if you'll...
Alright, so there's no other sort of like things that he'll say other than those things.
I suppose you've come in here to mock me for my fight with Euripides.
I've seen lots of fights. That wasn't one.
I really made a fool of myself this time, didn't I? I'm Sophocles, though I'm sure you knew that. And you are?
I am looking for information that'll help me find someone. A Spartan woman.
A Spartan woman in Athens. Sounds intriguing. Though, if you expect me to notice someone other than myself, you expect too much. You could talk to Euripides. He's the second most worldly man here. That pediculous, xanthodontus exophthalmic Morosov. But he doesn't talk without a drink.
I have no idea what that meant.
No, you don't.
So we get him drunk and he talks. He sounds more Argive than Athenian.
Impressive, foreigner. Euripides is from Argos.
All right. If nothing else, this party could use the help.
You'll need to pick the right wine for this task. The kitchen should have what you need. Let me know when Euripides is done in, and I'll slip away unseen.
How do you know Pericles?
I believe you mean to ask me, how does Pericles know you? I'm the greatest dramatist in the land, mentor to Euripides, lover of Asclepios, father of theater, and so on, and so on.
I'm sure it's a real honor to have you hiding in his kitchen.
I like that one.
You're awfully worked up over Euripides. You sure you're just friends?
I'm never just anything, foreigner. Though I confess, Euripides and I hold a bond deeper than brotherhood. Why he slams it with a banal young plaything, Aristophanes, I will never know.
I'll get the wine.
Wonderful. Now, if you want some friendly advice, Aristophanes cannot stand sweet wine. I've seen what it can do to him. Absolutely, horrifyingly delightful.
It wouldn't be a party without someone losing their stomach. I'll let you know if your plan worked.
How's Euripides? Drunk, I hope.
I'll get the wine.
Wonderful. Now, if you want some friendly advice, Aristophanes cannot stand sweet wine. I've seen what it can do to him. Absolutely, horrifyingly delightful.
It wouldn't be a party without someone losing...
Save for that arrogant playwright. I don't see many distinguished guests in here. Can I help you with something?
I'm here for your sweet wine.
Yes, take it. But get out of my kitchen. I'm very busy, you know.
All right, I'm going to make another save here because what I want to do is get these parts with the drinking, and because it leads to a song eventually. So I want to be able to actually get all different variations of the songs that you can get depending on what dialogue choices you make.
Care for another impression? My favorite is Sophocles.
That one isn't funny.
When I need to relax, I start a fight. For you, though.
Quickly, bring him some wine so that he might say something clever.
After my argument with Sophocles, I think I'd rather keep my head clear.
You and Aristophanes could both use a drink. Let's play a game.
A competition?
Ah, wonderful idea. Every Pidis seems quiet, but he never turns down a challenge.
Well, if you brought us some wine, I wouldn't be opposed to showing this young one how we Argives drink.
Let's conjure Dionysos, shall we?
This is pure swill.
Amateur. In my day, this would be considered nectar of the gods. Another round!
Ready for more?
Yeah, I can hardly stomach this pig's piss.
I could outdrink both of you with one hand. Let's have some more!
You ready for another?
This wine is terrible.
I like you. Who brought you here?
I brought myself. I'm on the trail of a woman who fled Sparta a long time ago.
Fled? Why?
She lost 2 children. She had no choice.
She fled to heal a broken heart. Euripides, write her into a play.
I've heard Spartan mothers go to a sanctuary in Argolis to beg Asclepios for his divine pity. I should know, it's my home.
After what she went through, I'm not sure she'd trust priests.
Oh, then she sought my friend, Hippocrates. He's a physician, best of the best. He still keeps his office in Argos. If she went to him for help, there's no doubt he'd have given it.
I love getting drunk and singing. Come back if you want to sing with me.
I'll think about it. Hippocrates in Argos. Here I come.
Lucinda, you're going to lie back down for a bit. You might miss the end of the stream, or we might be back, not sure. Enjoy the rest of your day, Rod. Thank you so much, Lucinda, for being here. I really will. I'll probably end the stream after I do all the stuff related to the symposium, because it is a lot of pieces to get together. But thank you for dropping in. I really do appreciate it. And want to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. Lucinda most recently finished her playthrough of Assassin's Creed 3, and she's on to Assassin's Creed Liberation now, playing that for her first time. She's also playing other games in the series as well, so doing them as like a marathon every Monday and Tuesday each week. And she's also finishing off a playthrough of The Last of Us Part 2, and might actually be doing a playthrough of Dayman 1998. However, might also play something else and move that game till October instead. But is also a fan of the Resident Evil series, and also a fan of Dishonored as well. So likes a lot of horror games and also games with stealth. So I highly recommend checking out Lucinda's channel. Oh, that's okay, Lucinda. Absolutely no worries at all for the shout out. No worries at all. I hope you have a good rest and definitely catch you again soon.
How's Euripides? Drunk, I hope.
You can stop hiding in here. Euripides won't notice you coming out. He won't notice anything.
Hiding? Heed this. War has come to Athens. First they take our homes, then they take our heads. I intend to be found with at least my dignity intact. Or what's left of it anyway. If you see Pericles, tell him I said thank you for another colorful evening.
Hey there, Max. Welcome on in. I hope it's going good, dude. Okay, so I've taken care of that. There's also Alcibiades to deal with. But there's also this drinking, this singing thing as well. So I want to get this singing thing, and I'm going to have to cover every single combination. Which I don't know if I'll use it all, or any of it, or just one thing of it. But I'll make another save anyway, and we'll just go from there.
Κατανοήσω τι λόγον υπέχεις των πράξεων σου. Τι έχεις αν υπήν περιευθύνεις. Ο ιός μου βαρέα τράβα.
Dionysus, there you are. Everyone else here is boring. Let's play a singing game. You like to sing? You like to sing.
What did you have in mind?
One of us will sing, then the other, and then back again. We'll take turns making verses, and whoever makes the best is the winner.
Let's do this.
I want to play too, but who should start?
I think you should, Aristophanes.
Fine, fine. But let's do a good one. A battle song?
Is there any other kind?
At the flick of a limb comes Aspasia's whim, and Pericles' walls aim to contain us all within.
The Spartan hordes outside eat your cattle and children alive. They dance at your walls, they don't rain but they squall.
Pericles guarantees death for us all.
Oh, so bring your merchants and bring their butlers. If they be sons, they bring their fathers. This is war, war, war.
Bring your murderers to the crimson quiver. Bring the helots if they be spillers. It is war, war, war.
Collect your weak and collect your sinners. Line them up at the phalanx dinner. This is war, war, war.
If they want blood, then blood you'll give them.
I'll stab their guts and let them spill it. This is war, war, war.
The stupid sweepers, the genius teachers, all just meats and juice and liver.
For when our wars are done, after lives are lost and blood has run, we must rejoin our broken daughters and our sons. Reunited together, we will be one.
Enough, enough! You're a great singer.
The best! You should act in my plays.
Here, take this to remember the occasion. This party has turned out much better than I ever could have expected.
Alright, so that's that variation covered.
άδικον εστί.
I think you should. What Spartan families lose, they lose for duty. When Spartan fathers refuse, they refuse beauty.
But the dangerous part are the Athenian tarts who go for the meat when they should go for their heart.
Oh, so bring your merchants and bring their butlers. If they be sons, they bring their fathers. This is war, war, war.
Bring your murderers to the crimson quiver. Bring the helots if they be spillers. It is war, war, war.
Without our fathers or mothers, we row straight to Hades, or the belly of Milos. We are alone, and so we row. For a short life we row, row, row.
The stupid sweepers, the genius teachers, all just meats and juice and liver.
So grab your spears and grab your daggers, plunge them deep in, heroes they'll make us. This is war, war, war! This is war, war, war!
War, war, war!
War, war, war!
Enough, enough! You're a great singer!
The best! You should act in my plays.
Here, take this to remember the occasion. This party has turned out much better than I ever could have expected.
Alright, so that's that variation. Now let's switch it up a bit.
Αδύνατον εστί.
Let's do this.
I want to play.
I think you should, Aristophanes.
Fine, fine.
Is there any...
the flickavelli.
What Spartan families lose, they lose for duty. When Spartan fathers refuse, they refuse beauty.
But the dangerous part are the Athenian tarts who go for the meat when they should go for their heart.
Oh, so bring your merchants and bring their butlers. If they be sons, they bring their fathers. This is war, war, war.
Bring your murderers to the crimson quiver. Bring the helots if they be spillers. It is war, war, war.
Collect your weak and collect your sinners. Line them up at the phalanx dinner. This is war, war, war!
If they want blood, then blood you'll give them.
I'll stab their guts and let them spill it. This is war, war, war!
The stupid sweepers, the genius teachers, all just meats and juice and liver.
So grab your spears and grab your daggers, plunge them deep in, heroes they'll make us. This is war, war, war! This is war, war, war!
War, war, war!
War, war, war!
Enough, enough!
Cyber, is it me or is this the cringiest scene in the game, lol? Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like some like I think the best parts are sung by Cassandra, or if you play as Alexius. However, though, I can't remember how he sings the words versus how Cassandra does. So um, maybe Cassandra is better at singing those lyrics than the actor for Alexius is. But yeah, it is pretty cringe.
Let's... I think you should, Aristophanes.
Fine, fine. But let's do a good one. A battle song?
Is there any other kind?
At the flick of a limb comes Aspasia's whim, and Pericles' walls aim to contain us all within.
What Spartan families lose, they lose for duty. When Spartan fathers refuse, they refuse beauty.
But the dangerous part are the Athenian tarts who go for the meat when they should go for their heart.
Oh, so bring your merchants and bring their butlers. If they be sons, they bring their fathers. This is war, war, war.
Bring your murderers to the crimson quiver. Bring the helots if they be spillers. It is war, war, war.
Collect your weak and collect your sinners. Line them up at the phalanx dinner. This is war, war, war.
If they want blood, then blood you'll give them.
I'll stab their guts and let them spill it. This is war, war, war.
The stupid sweepers, the genius teachers, all just meats and juice and liver.
For when our wars are done, after lives are lost and blood has run, we must rejoin our broken daughters and our sons. Reunited together, we will be one.
Enough!
All right, so that's those variations and all that kind of stuff. I need to reload the save, but this time I'm going to have the other character start off. Whereas for all these ones that I've done so far, I've had Aristophanes start off. No, Aristophanes. I've had him start off every time.
Η οφθαλμή μου πεσεύουση.
Let's... Euripides should start. It was his idea.
Fine, fine, but let's do a good one. A battle song?
Is there any other kind?
At the flick of a limb comes Aspasia's whim, and Pericles' walls aim to contain us all within.
The Spartan hordes outside eat your cattle and children alive. They dance at your walls, they don't rain but they squall.
Pericles guarantees death for us all.
Oh, so bring your merchants.
Bring your murderers to the crimson quiver.
Collect your weak and collect your sinners. Line them up at the phalanx dinner. This is war, war, war.
If they want blood, then blood you'll give them.
I'll I'll stab their guts and let them spill it! This is war! 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 The stupid sweepers! For when our wars are done, after lives are lost... Enough in the bed!
Alright, so the only thing that really changes if you have Evlipides actually start off is he sings the exact same lyrics that Aristophanes does. But apart from that, all the singing parts of Aristophanes and Evlipides are the same as they were before. The only thing that changes is which one of them sings the first lyrics. So I won't have to do as many variations on that one. Just doing that one is enough, because I've got enough of every single example to even do combinations if I wish to in the edit that I'm doing. But that is that. For that part, anyway. There's still more to be done in this section. I'm just finished Leon B finally, 2 hours and 51 minutes. The last fight's too so much time. S rank, of course. Well, that's good that you got S rank. That's for sure. That's really good. So what were you playing it on? Just standard, or were you playing it on hardcore?
Κατανοείς ότι λόγον υπέχεις των πράξεων σου. Τι έχεις αναπεί περί ευθύνης. Ο ιός μου βαρέα τραύματα φέρει. Πεφόβητε μη εξέλθει και λάχι συναντήσω...
Just standard, not hardcore enough for hardcore. That's fair enough. I don't blame you for not wanting to take that on yet. Alright, so I've got all the dialogue from this situation here and with the singing and...
Ah, the Mystios from the ostracism. Let's talk later. Ah, the Mystios from the ostracism. Let's talk later.
Alright, so that's dialogue we got from him.
Of course, I only use the term.
I've already got this dialogue before. Alright, so the only thing that we have left to deal with now is the part of Alcibiades. Alright, so what I need to do... hang on, there was an interaction I needed... Oh shit, I need to get the sound effects for the pouring of wine. So I'm going to have to reload manual save 3. And then get the sound effects for the pouring of the drinks and all that kind of stuff. I need to get those sound effects. And then what I'll do is get the Alcibiades stuff, sound effects, and then I'll switch back to the dialogue then to do the Alcibiades part with the dialogue only. Alright, so let's go to options and isolate the sound effects from the voice. Hello there, Gizlek. Welcome back from Helheim. How is the rest of Hellblade for you, Gizlek? I hope you had a great experience with the game overall. Hope you had a great stream as well. Thank you so much for raiding in. I really do appreciate it. It's over. You got through it. Excellent. Seeing you play that has made me want to play it again. I mean, it's been a few months since I played it last, but it's not like it's been a year or more since I played it last. I played it earlier this year, but I wouldn't mind doing another playthrough at some point soon-ish kind of thing. I'm just up to this part in the story with the symposium. I just have the Alcibiades part left to cover with sound effects only and with dialogue only. And then, of course, the rest of the symposium quest. But thank you so much for raiding. I really appreciate it. Heavenly Sword needs a remaster, let me tell you. Yeah. That's a game that I would probably want to play at some point, having played Hellblade first, and see what I think of Ninja Theory's earlier game. Because like it's a bit more Devil May Cry-y, but you think anyone would easily enjoy it. Well, that's good. I think there's actually more than what they show in the making of with the actual game. But if you're ever interested in seeing what they did when they made Hellblade, the game itself has like a portion of a full making of. Because I think I found out much later that there was actually like a full sort of dev diary, or maybe it's split up into multiple parts. But I think they've only got one part of it on the game itself. Alright, I don't need to get the sounds of the singing on its own. Because like you saw that dev diary a long time ago, it's pretty cool. Yeah, I like the way that they represented and created the visuals to actually match the kind of like experiences that people who they consulted on the game with actually would describe them to be, and things like that. Alrighty then, so I can do the Alcibiades bit and just get all the sound effects, and then I'll do a pass with all the dialogue. Except for, I think with Alcibiades' conversation, I have already figured out solidly which responses I'm going to go with, so I don't have to worry about doing multiple variations. But we'll get the sound effects first. Alright, so that's that covered with the sound effects only. Now it's time to get that again, but with the dialogue only. And that final option that you get in dialogue, I think I'm going to do both versions of that.
Ανάκουσε πρίμνα. Someone's being hurt. Open this door or I'll kick it in!
Don't mind her. She likes to watch. Oh, look at you. Such authority. Such aggression. I can see why Pericles has taken such an interest in you. Did you come to join us?
It sounded like someone was in pain.
Well, it can sometimes be hard to distinguish between sounds of pleasure and pain. Had I known you were going to knock, I would have left my door wide open for you.
I only came to this symposium to find someone.
Sounds like we can help each other then, doesn't it? You fetch us a bit of oil, I help you find who you're looking for. Maybe they're in here.
She's not in there.
I think I'll check all the same.
After your display earlier, it's probably safer I get the oil.
Obedient, too. I knew I liked you. Don't take too long. If you don't get the oil soon, all our fun will end.
How's every peas?
You can stop.
Hi.
Alright, I'll make the save here because that dialogue that I chose is what I want to keep. So I don't need to do the other variation on that one.
Just can't stay away, can you? Did you bring the oil?
Alright, so I just want to get these two with dialogue only, just in case I want to use them. I don't know for sure if I will or not, but I'll select those and then do the here's your oil part. Gizlek, God of War Ragnarok is worth £50. Not having played it, but having played the one before it, if that's as good as that one, and I haven't played all of God of War 2018, but I have played a little bit of it, and I've seen a bit of it, and I liked what I saw. But yeah, I haven't played either of them from start to finish.
You've grown up in Pericles' home, and yet you're so different.
No one is like Pericles, and he's only slightly more serious than usual, too. Athens is under siege, and he worries for her future. Which is why tonight is a fine time to celebrate what may be our last taste of freedom.
When you walked in, you seemed like you and Socrates were...
How I wish you were right. One day we will have that man in here with us. I promise you that.
I come bearing gifts.
We're saved! Today, these women grieved for their sons, and these men worked the wall. But tonight, we forget all of that. Let's have some fun! What do you say? Care to join us?
Now, it's time for you to help me, Ali. I'm looking for someone.
All business right until the end. I like that.
Focus. I'm looking for a woman who fled Sparta a long, long time ago.
Fled Sparta? No one flees Sparta. But let's pretend she did. If she were stupid, she'd be dead. If she were smart, she'd do what Aspasia did. She'd earn her independence. The smartest and most resourceful women I've ever met have been in Corinthia.
Alright, so I'm going to go with this choice first, just to get it, and then when I can, I'll reload the save and then choose the priority choice, which is you must mean the hetera. Because, like, you think you made, it's very slow paced in contrast to the Hellenic part of the series, in your honest opinion. You think you made a commentary about post 2015 games before, might have been in Lucy's chat. Yeah, and that's the thing too, like, I've played the first two God of War games, and of course, by their very nature being hack and slash, they were very, fast-paced kind of thing, and, different kind of storytelling and all that kind of stuff. And it was all about, going from basically one big epic kind of battle moment to another, and all that kind of stuff. Whereas obviously, games around that time weren't always doing that kind of stuff. There are also games that were taking the slower approach, but that's what the approach was with those early God of War games. And so obviously, as time has gone on and there's become a lot more, as you say, post 2015 games, a lot of them have been slower paced and have more to offer you, and you can spend more time with it, and you're not so much forced to go directly from one thing to the next without being able to take a breather and actually observe and look around and collect stuff and all that kind of stuff, so. But then again, obviously not every game is like that either. You still have those games where it's just give me the action, just give me the gameplay of here, throw you in the deep end and just go all out, that kind of stuff. So there's still that kind of games that you can get to, but having a look at God of War, the newer ones, they definitely seem to have more of that. Here's a world that you can explore a bit, you can look around, you can find some things to collect, documents, things that you can, sink your teeth into, aside from just here's this big, epic kind of sequence kind of thing.
Prostitutes? This is serious.
They don't like being called that, and for good reason. They offer so much more than their bodies.
Such as...
These women are companions, counselors, confidants. Powerful men come to the Etera asking for advice, and value their words more than those of their closest friends and advisors.
Ali! Come back inside!
Ooh, the celebration continues. When you reach Corinth, find Anthusa. No one goes in or out of the city without her knowing. Until we meet again, warrior.
Anthusa in Corinth. It's not much, but it's a start.
Alright, so the dialogue that I want to actually choose differently, I'm going to choose that now, but I'm going to skip stuff we've already heard though.
Now. The Etera. I've heard they play some sort of role in Corinth, but I assumed it was the same as any other city.
Oh, no. These women are unlike any other you'll meet. A force, and the only ones there with any smarts.
Ali! Come back inside!
Ooh, when you reach...
Anthusa...
Alrighty then, so we got that sorted. Now, we're going to talk to Socrates. But first, I need to make a save, and then we're going to get the sound effects, because there's also a cinematic that happens. So it's not just gameplay cutscenes, if that makes sense. So go to options and change it so that we just have the sound effects coming through. Thank you for the follow, the Fierce Phoenix. Alright, so before I reload the save to cover getting the dialogue, I'm going to keep on going to get the sound effects for all these next parts. Alright, so I've covered all the sound effects up until that point. Time to reload the save and now focus on the dialogue only. That whole mentioning of the blood fever and the plague, even if you don't do the side quest on Kefalonia related to that, Phoebe will still bring it up to you. For my version of the story, though, I'm completely eradicating that from being mentioned at all, because I don't really think that it's important for the overall narrative of the story.
Τι γίνεται?
Alright, so with this conversation with Socrates, I do have some priority dialogue that I've chosen for that. But I want to cover the other dialogue too, just in case I end up deciding to use it.
Being so new to Athens and gaining access to this symposium is no small feat. Though you said there are things you wouldn't do, you gained Pericles' trust so quickly.
I've made my choice.
You really intend to use this young destruction to avoid the point being argued?
So the priority dialogue I've chosen is the top one here, but I'm going to just get the dialogue from this just in case I end up deciding while I'm editing all this together that I prefer this over the other. Just want to get it just in case.
You have been arguing a single point all night and no one has a black eye? You have my attention.
We're discussing the nature of rulers. Where better to do so than here? I'll ask you the same question I asked Thrasymachos. Would you agree that the act of ruling is an art?
It is an art, as all worthy undertakings are. That is not up for argument.
Yet, medicine is for the betterment of the patient, and not the physician. Carpentry improves the building, not the builder. Then, is the art of ruling not for the betterment of the ruled rather than the ruler?
Don't be absurd!
Okay, so I don't think I have any priority dialogue for these two, unless I've taken note of what the actual dialogue that gets said is, as opposed to what they give you when you're choosing. But I'm going to cover both ways anyway.
I've seen enough of the world to know that there are no just rulers. Even Pericles is self-serving.
Is a Spartan general who brings order to his troops, thereby saving his own life, self-serving? I'm not sure that's the case.
Ruling a city and fighting in battle are different things.
By practicing the art of war, doesn't the general guarantee some of his troops a ferry ride to Hades, when a swift retreat would save all their lives?
You just said a general isn't self-serving when he brings order to his troops. Then you said he is self-serving because retreating would save the lives of his men? What are you trying to say?
I never tried to say anything.
But you just said those things.
I said the words, but I didn't say anything at all. I only attempted to gain your view on the matter.
You're wasting your time. Aspasia.
I couldn't help but notice your talent for debate. Well done.
Socrates is an interesting character.
Ah, Phoebe. Pericles has retired to the balcony already, has he? His ability to sneak off and sulk is second to none.
I can go get him, and Cassandra can help. Everyone listens when she talks.
That'll be fine. Run along. Cassandra will be right behind you. Now, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Aspasia. I had to go to great lengths to cover up your work in Megaris.
I did what I had to, and I'd do it again. I make no apologies.
We do what we must to survive, and there's no shame in that. It's how you got here, how I got here. The clothes, they fit you well, I trust.
These may be the nicest clothes I've ever worn, but I feel a bit uncomfortable, to be honest.
You never really get used to them. It seems we have the attention of the entire room without a single eye being fixed on us. If you'd like to talk, do it now, and do it discreetly.
I've been searching for a woman named Mirini, my mother. I think she may be in danger, and my search brought me here.
What clues do you have to her whereabouts?
A physician named Hippocrates may have seen her in Argos.
He's a good man. If you find a woman named Agathi there, do let her know Aspasia sends her regards. What else?
Alcibiades gave me the name of a woman in Corinth.
I'm sure he did. My dear friend, Anthusa, is the only one I know who's enjoyed a life in Corinth through legitimate means. Mostly legitimate, anyway.
That's all I have.
There is another option. In a former life, when I needed something done or someone found, I contacted a friend. An admiral of a sort.
What's his name?
Her name is Xenia. When we last spoke, she was in chaos. A word of caution. When you go to her, be on your guard. Sea life makes a monster out of most people.
Thank you, Aspasia.
When you're done, return here. Together, we will find who you're looking for. Now do me a favor and get Pericles to come down here and greet his guests. I'll help you however I can during your travels.
Hey there, Mayhem. Welcome on in. Good morning to you. Happy hump day to you as well. Yeah, things are going great, thanks, Mayhem. Things are going good. How about yourself? Because, like, oh look, Phoenix Rising is getting no sequel thanks to Project Red. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's one of those things, like, one of the problems with Ubisoft is I feel like they have too many games in development. Or at the very least, too many games that are in active development, as in, like, they're focused on doing it. You can be in development on a game and just be basically brainstorming ideas. You know, that's part of being in development, you know. But I'm not talking about those things. I think it's fine to have, you could have 10 projects where you're just brainstorming, you know. But if you have 10 projects that you're trying to actively do, you know, you've got limited resources, and then you got the employees, and then you got burnout, and then you got, you know, all these sorts of factors to take into consideration. Whereas if you only have, like, you know, maybe 2 major games that you're trying to get out and work on, at least you're only dividing your teams into 2, or however many is needed. Won't be as much as doing 10 games and trying to spread out those number of people across those 10 games, you know what I mean? So I can understand why they've cancelled a lot of projects, but at the end of the day, that's still money that they've used, because they've still had to hire people to do the work. Like, I imagine, even if, like, let's say they brought you in as an artist for concept, and you do concept art for them. Now, they may pay you for doing that work, but that doesn't guarantee that you're actually going to have that project be finished. They might decide to cancel it, you know. And when they do decide to cancel it, they've already paid you the money that they've paid you, you know. So if the game doesn't go into development, it's not like they get a refund back from you. It's not like they can say, look, you know that concept art you did for us? Well, we actually had to cancel the project, so we're going to refund you. Sorry, we want you to refund us the money that we paid you to do the job. You know, that's not going to happen. You know, and then you look at games like Skull and Bones, which have been in development for friggin' years now, and imagine all the money that they've spent on that, from concept phase right to whatever phase they're up to now. How many people they've hired to do so many jobs, and yet the game hasn't come out yet, you know, and all these sorts of things. So I really think that what they should have been doing all along is basically doing what other companies like Remedy Entertainment do, or Rockstar does, for example, where Remedy Entertainment, they might, you know, release a new game every 3 to 4 years, but it's not like they have 20 games in development strongly and all that kind of stuff, you know. So I think Ubisoft should just scale back on stuff. But the problem with that is you have a fan base for Assassin's Creed, for Splinter Cell, for Prince of Persia, for Ghost Recon, for, you know, whatever, you know, Far Cry and all that kind of stuff, right? And, you know, For Honor and all these franchises. So the demand from the fans is such that if you were to say, sorry, Far Cry fans, but you're not going to get another game for 10 years, I think there'd be Far Cry fans that would be like, what? How come Assassin's Creed gets so many games in that time and we have to wait 10 years for another one? You know what I mean? By the same token, someone is going, oh, that'd be cool to have a Far Cry game in 10 years. That way they might be able to do another Splinter Cell. But then people who aren't fans of Splinter Cell will be like, how come they get, you know what I mean? So there's all these different, you know, factors to take into consideration. But at the end of the day, when it comes to decisions about cancelling projects, it's definitely nothing to do with the fans in terms of like blame or anything like that. It's just like the company, they've spent their money and they decided to just basically be like, right, we'll just cancel it, you know. So people who are looking forward to a sequel to Immortals Phoenix Rising are obviously going to be disappointed to know that there's not going to be a sequel, when a sequel to that could have really, really, you know, improved. I haven't played the Immortals Phoenix Rising, so I don't know if there's much that needs to be improved on it, you know what I mean? But if there was to be improvements made, potentially they could have made that with the follow-up. But if they're going to cancel it, then that's not going to see fruition and it's not going to meet its potential as well. And the other thing is, too, if you think back to the early 2000s, you had Splinter Cell 1 in 2001, then you had Assassin's Creed in 2007, and you had Prince of Persia in 2003, and, you know, like Rainbow Six as well. You know, Rainbow Six Vegas, 2006, I think the first one was, you know. And so with those franchises, they were very early on, and they saw improvements. Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow, which I actually like, I think it's a good Splinter Cell game, doesn't really push what a Splinter Cell game could be more than Chaos Theory did, the third one. But if we didn't get Pandora Tomorrow, then we wouldn't have gotten another Splinter Cell game, because if the first one was poorly received, they wouldn't have even bothered starting work on Pandora Tomorrow, let alone Chaos Theory, you know. So they gave it a sequel, and things improved. Assassin's Creed 2 was a big leap from Assassin's Creed 1. And Prince of Persia: Sands of Time, on its own, was a great game. But then they gave, you know, 2 other games with it as well. So they've gotten into this pattern where it's like, the first game must be really, really successful. Otherwise, no, don't do a sequel at all. Whereas sometimes if you do a sequel, you can improve on what came before. And that's something that Assassin's Creed 2 did compared to Assassin's Creed 1. And if you're always chasing those big hits, then they're always going to go for, hopefully, you know, hopefully from their perspective, they're going to go for projects that they look at and go, we want to hit big with this, so we'll put all our effort into this. And to do that, we need to sacrifice other projects, you know, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I just don't know how they're really gonna turn things around. I mean, like if they're gonna rely on the Assassin's Creed series to do the majority of their games for it from now on, like let's look at the next 10 years. If they're going to do an Assassin's Creed game every 2 years, or have multiple games released every 2 years in the same year, that's going to cause, a lot of like burnout for some people. But the thing about that is other projects then get thrown away because they're too busy focused on this other aspect, you know. Gizlek 10, Splinter Cell Remake, Star Wars, Avatar, Prince of Persia, Jade, Red, Hexe, Invictus, Infinity, Mirage, Skull and Bones, BG and E2, 2 to 4 more AC projects. You think you're forgetting about 4 to 5 games. So it's just absolutely fucking crazy, you know. And they're trying to do these big AAA titles as well, you know, doing multiple ones of those at the same time. Because, like, you think Ghost Recon is dead in the water. Far Cry 7 is something they're probably already working on, though. Yeah. Well, that's it, you know. Like, I imagine like it is with Assassin's Creed, where, you know, they might release a new game every 1 year, or every 2 years, or every 3 years, but they've been working on the one that comes out next around the same time, you know. Oh, yeah, Division game. You can't tell if they'll ever make a Rainbow Six sequel. Oh, yeah, wasn't the Crew 3 going to happen? It doesn't stop. Oh, it's just ridiculous, you know. I mean, I don't have a horse in all those races, and even the horses that I do have in races with Ubisoft games, it's not a case of, I absolutely must get a masterpiece or else. But at the same time, if it ends up being crap, I'm not that worried. But my main focus as a fan of games that Ubisoft have done has been Assassin's Creed, Prince of Persia, and Splinter Cell, mainly. They're the main three that I've really, really, sunk my teeth into. But if the next Prince of Persia comes out and it sucks, I'm like, it doesn't matter to me. If Mirage sucks, it'll be disappointing if the story's great. But if the gameplay sucks and everything else is sucky, then I'll be like, oh, okay. Oh, well, move on with my life. And that's the thing with a lot of their games too, is that they're trying to make masterpieces all the time. And you just can't, you know, like not every game that you make is going to be considered to be an awesome game, you know. The thing about Ghost Recon is they wanted to do a battle royale game, a contender to Overwatch, some sort of first-person division game, and we downvoted that harder than Call of Duty. Was it Warzone? They're very sensitive to feedback and critique. If Splinter Cell Blacklist was anything to go by. Now, the thing about that Splinter Cell game was that, like, granted, not having Michael Ironside as Sam Fisher is a big ask of fans of the character of Sam Fisher to actually accept. As someone who loves Michael Ironside as Sam Fisher, I still think, of course, that he's the character, as in, like, no other person can play Sam Fisher like Michael Ironside can play him. Having said that, I didn't mind Eric Johnson's portrayal as Sam Fisher, but the thing that they really got really good with that Splinter Cell game was the stealth and the options that you had as the player to what approaches you did and all that kind of stuff. And I didn't even mind the upgrading system, to be honest. Like, it's not like it's a leveling up system. It's just that, you can get better gear and it has stats, but it's not too in-depth with it. You know what I mean? Like something like Odyssey or Valhalla would be with its RPG mechanics. It's not like that. But I actually quite like Splinter Cell Blacklist, even if not having Michael Ironside is a mark against it. It wasn't to the point where I'm like, no, I'm not going to play this game because Michael Ironside is not in it. I gave the game a chance, and all the other aspects were what made me really like it as well. But I just don't know where they can go from there with games that are sequels. So this remake that they're doing of Splinter Cell, have to wait and see what that's going to be like. But then we haven't got their first remake that they started working on, which was Prince of Persia: Sands of Time yet. So it's a bit hard to gauge yet whether Ubisoft can be trusted with remakes of their own big titles if they haven't even gotten any of those remakes released yet. Like if they had already released Prince of Persia: Sands of Time this year, for example, and it was a terrible game, then you could probably go, maybe the Splinter Cell remake won't be that good. But if it came out and it was great, you might be like, oh, cool, I wonder what other games they could remake, you know? But they haven't proven whether they can remake games good or not, you know, because they haven't released their first remake yet. Okay, so talk to Pericles, and that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to do that scenario again, but with different dialogue choices to get the recordings of those.
Being so new to Athens.
Alright, so I'm choosing options that I didn't choose before, but I'm skipping things that we've already heard. You know, I can't remember now because I was talking so much whether I chose this before or not.
You have been arguing a single point all night and no one has a black eye? You have my attention.
We're discussing the nature of rule.
I just realized I had already chosen that one.
I could Socrates. That now. We do. It's see. I've been. What if he? I'm sure there is. What's her? Now do.
Nadu. Because, like, you can't help but think that they scrapped a Ghost Recon project for Splinter Cell Remake. Are you being too pessimistic? Who knows? Who knows, to be honest? You know what I mean? But yeah, I think sometimes too, Ubisoft not only wants to have their cake and eat it too, they also want to have the whole factory's cake and eat all the cakes in the factory. You know?
Being so new to Athens.
If you've been arguing this long and you haven't agreed yet, just give up.
We're discussing the nature of rules. Where better to do so than here? I'll ask you the same question I asked Thrasymachos. Would you agree that the act of ruling is an art?
It is an art, as all worthy undertakings are. That is not up for argument.
Yet, medicine is for the betterment of the patient, and not the physician. Carpentry improves the building, not the builder. Then, is the art of ruling not for the betterment of the ruled rather than the ruler?
Don't be absurd!
This argument between you two is pointless.
Perhaps. How do you define art?
I'm not getting dragged into this.
Very well. Answer this. Does the artist not give form and symmetry to her subject?
Well, yes.
Laws and justice do much the same for people, do they not? And is there any better way to communicate the story of a people than by revealing its customs and laws? If yes, then ruling, and thus justice, must be an art, as Thrasymachos says.
If you say so.
Aspasia.
She isn't always like that.
That now.
Alright, so we've gotten that dialogue before, so I could skip that. Hey there, Aura, welcome on in. It is indeed, yeah. Yeah, I had to postpone my Prince of Persia stream, so I decided to do another stream of this game for my playthrough I'm doing. And whenever I do like a quote-unquote canon playthrough, I like to choose Cassandra. Hey there, Rosie, welcome on in. You love everything with Socrates. They did enough, but they could have done more. Yeah, I know he's a character that annoys some people, but I actually don't mind him as a character, and it's cool that there's some side quests that you can do with him too, as well. Yeah, when I first played it, Aura, I played as Cassandra, and then I think it took quite a few playthroughs before I decided to try Alexius. And whenever I do like a challenge playthrough with this game or whatnot, that's when I choose Alexius just to change things up a bit, because every time I do a annual playthrough, I tend to do Cassandra. However, this year, to do something different than what I did the previous 2 years, I chose Alexius instead. But Rosie, that's very surprising that people didn't like him. You were like, oh yeah, now the game's getting started. Yeah, I mean, I think maybe some of the stuff that he says is so head-scratching for some people, or they just don't like whatever it could be, like, could be the voice actor, could be the way he looks, who knows? Or Socrates is the funniest, and you love how annoyed Cassandra gets with him. It is quite funny, her reactions to Socrates as well. It's like, oh, not you again, or what are you doing here, Okay, so, I think before I got the... Shit, I can't fucking remember now. I've gone blank. I'm not going to bother with the top option. I can't remember now if I've covered this one yet or whatnot. Might even have to redo this whole thing because my concentration level is fucked. And I'm trying to remember which of these two that I've actually chosen and got the audio from, which one I haven't. I think I did that last time. Maybe. I'll have to look at the VOD later again.
Your spies have been watching me. I knew you people couldn't be trusted.
We do what we must to survive, and there's no shame in that. It's how you got here, how I got here. The clothes, they fit you well, I trust.
I'd be more comfortable in these clothes if I had a blade in my hand.
You never really get used to them. It seems we have the attention of the entire room without a single eye being fixed on us. If you'd like to talk, do it now, and do it discreetly.
I'm searching for a woman who fled Sparta with her child years ago. I was hoping you might help.
What clues do you have to her whereabouts?
A physician named Hippocrates may have seen her.
He's a good man.
Alcibiades
I'm sure he did. There is another.
What's
her name?
Thank.
When you're... Now do me a favor and get Pericles to come down here and greet his guests.
Alright, so I think I did actually get the other dialogue options as well last time. But if I do need to redo this part, I've got the other save file from a different point in this part. Alright, so we've gotten the sound effects only when we go and speak to Pericles. Now I need to get the dialogue audio of talking to him, and I always go that way when trying to find staircase. Here we go.
Cassandra!
I didn't send for you. No matter how you've dressed for my party, Phoebe shouldn't have let you in.
Aspasia told me to come find you. She wants you to come down to the party.
She says I don't interact with our guests enough. But these parties aren't for me. Technically, you're a guest. If you join Herodotus and me, that should be enough for her, don't you think?
You really don't want to go downstairs, do you?
When your days are spent speaking in front of crowds, you begin to crave these moments of silence.
Or as silent as I let it be, at least.
Hey there, Carbon. Welcome on in. I'm doing good, thanks. Things are going well. How about you? Or you can never find your way out of Pericles' home. Pericles and you have this in common. Yeah, it's almost like a maze in a way. Because I want to go near the area where you enter and then go up the stairs to Pericles. But that's not where the staircase that leads to him is. It's actually where you go to speak to Alcibiades. And I always go the other way instead.
Phidias was awaiting trial, but you had me get him out of Athens. I figured you, of all people, would want to follow the law.
Phidias is a very dear friend. I didn't want to risk him being found guilty. And, of course, there were other threats.
So you knew?
I know he's delusional, but one day when you have a friend you'd do anything for, you'll understand.
I don't understand why you had Anaxagoras ostracized. Socrates said he was your friend.
I won't risk the lives of those close to me if there's something I can do about it.
So you did this to protect him?
Anaxagoras understood my fears. 10 years may be a long time, but at least he'll be safe.
Why send Antiochos to the fishing district if it's dangerous?
I would never have sent him into danger willingly.
It seems you have many loyal friends.
My people are important to me.
Your life is in danger.
Yes, Herodotus was saying. This cult doesn't worry me. I have my life threatened by far worse people every day. My true concern is Athens. I fear for her future.
The Spartans aren't your real concern, Pericles. The cult is coming, and they're bringing their strongest weapon.
Listen to her, Pericles.
The Spartans are immediate. A cult's threat is ambiguous.
I'm related to one of the cult members.
And I believe him when he says they're coming after you.
Sound counsel to consider. I'll be sure to let my men know, regardless.
Aspasia sent me to see what's taking you so long.
Tell Aspasia I'll be right there. I suppose this is where our conversation ends. Thank you again for helping me. I hope my guests are able to help you in your search.
Time will tell.
Okay, so I don't think I'll worry about getting those other dialogue variations. I'll just stick with what I pre-planned from 2 years ago. I'm going off of a pre-planned dialogue choice chart that I came up with. But I am getting dialogue audio for different options depending on what they are sometimes, just so I have more to work with in the edit for the project that I'm doing this towards. Or sometimes you got so lost you just climb up the columns. Same here. It's like, may as well just, climb up on the side of it and just be over and done with. Instead of trying to figure out, the way to walk through. Whereas you really like Cassandra's hair. It's so recognizable without being some kind of Final Fantasy contraption. Yeah, it's a good style. It's cool that, obviously for PC versions you can change, her hair color and all that kind of stuff. So it would have been cool if there were some other options that you could have internally in the game, especially if you're a console gamer and playing it on that. But I mean, it would just be a novelty thing. It's not something where I'm like, no, the hair must be different than what it is. But if you want it to be a different style, you obviously have to play the PC version with mods. But I do like the hairstyle myself as well. Alright, so there's a conversation that you have here with Phoebe. Now, if you don't do the quest on Kefalonia related to the fever, Phoebe will still bring it up to you in conversation in this point. But I don't like that side quest, and I feel that if you look at the narrative of the main story on its own, whether or not there was a plague on Kefalonia, whether or not Cassandra helped the family or not, whether or not Phoebe is a friend of someone there, whether or not Phoebe it's not really that important in the grand scheme of the storytelling and the overarching story. So I feel that if it's missing from the narrative, then it won't really be that much of a big deal. So I'll let the dialogue play out, but I won't be actually using it. I'll be using a portion of the conversation, of course, but I'll be editing out any mention of the plague and all that kind of stuff. But I want to get variations, though, on the dialogue for when Phoebe asks you which person you're going to go see first. Or a pre-COVID, you let the family go now, burn them all, dude. Yeah, I mean, if you go back to Kefalonia, there's no change in any people there. Like, there's no characters that pop up that weren't there before to give you something different. All they do is that they just change the color palette of the place, or or they do something to the graphics just to make it look more bleak, and that's it. There's nothing new that pops up, like the game has the character say, "Oh, I'll go and check it out," but that's the last part of the game's story where there's any scripted dialogue about the plague. So it's just like whatever. Whereas the game kind of tricks you there. You think, well, there's no real easy answer, and I don't mind that in games, but I think they give you that choice too early in the game. It's a bit contrived as well. You know what I mean? But yeah, for my version of this game's story, which is what this project is working towards, there won't be any mention of this plague on Kefalonia.
You look tired.
Only of conversation. I think that's the most talking I've ever done.
See? You didn't need the weapon after all. Are you leaving?
I've had enough Athenian hospitality to last me a lifetime.
You get used to it. It's nice. What are you going to do now?
There's a woman on the island of Chaos that I need to meet. I think I'll head there first.
I've heard there are pirates there.
I'll be sure to be careful.
Good. Before you go, I heard something from Aspasia. About Kefalonia.
What is it?
She said there was some sort of plague. You don't think... My friend, the blood fever.
Don't think like that. Whatever happened on Kefalonia isn't our fault. I'll go myself and find out if this plague even happened, okay?
Okay. Thanks. I knew I could count on you.
Not going to beg to come along this time?
Nope. I'm happy here. And this isn't Kefalonia. That means you'll be back.
That's very true.
Plus, I really like working for Aspasia. She says she has a mission for me.
I'll see you soon, Phoebe.
Bye, Cassandra!
Alright, so we've got that dialogue, and I just want to get the different responses that Cassandra can have for which person she's going to see first. Because I haven't really decided narratively which one, because it's designed in such a way to for there not to be any wrong answer. You can even tell Phoebe that you're going to go and see one character, but then actually do the other character's quest, and it doesn't change anything. But even so, I want to get the dialogue for that part, just in case. Rosie, is there no middle ground between burning them alive and sending them to town? No. It's basically either this or that, situation. There's no third option of doing things or anything like that. Or what's so weird is if you free the family, the plague spreads, but if you don't, it's fine. But the Oracle of Delphi says you let innocents die if you don't save the family, which is so dumb because they're sick. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, and that's why it's fair enough if you yourself as the player like to do that quest, and then if it's important to you that the game responds to you later based on your choice earlier, then that's fine, you know. But yeah, personally, I just find that the whole plague thing is pointless compared to the whole overarching narrative of the story and the pacing of it. You know what I mean? You could chalk it up to, yeah, maybe it's just, an example of a day in the life of Cassandra on Kefalonia, if you wanted to look at it that way. But I feel like there's no necessity for the character to do that side quest at all when their goal is basically, get off the island kind of thing. Yeah, that's the thing about Origins and this game, isn't it, Aura? The two children, well, the three, Khemu and Shadja and Phoebe, you know. Rosie, it does say some survive the illness, right? Well, that's the thing. Like, if you refuse to kill the family, you later find out that that the plague spread. But if you go back to Kefalonia, you'll still see people there. So it doesn't really change anything like that either. It just changes how the environment looks. It makes it look more bleak.
You look tired.
Oh, I've had...
What?
There is a physician in Argolis that may be able to help me.
You're sick? You've never been sick.
No, I'm fine. I just need to talk to him.
Okay, good. It would be weird if you were sick. Before you go, I heard something from Aspasia. About
What? Don't...
I...
Not going to beg to come along this time?
First Spartan kill.
Alright, so now reload the save and get that third option of dialogue about which person to go see first. Barnabas, earlier than this in the story, even if you don't do the plague quest on Kefalonia, even he will have some dialogue where he actually says something. However, in terms of masking or avoiding that topic being brought up by him, if you press the button to skip his dialogue, it goes back to gameplay. So you can actually skip at a certain point before it cuts over to Barnabas's camera angle and before he says anything about the plague and bypass it. However, with Phoebe, however, as you can see, when you keep pressing the button to skip, there's more camera angles because there's more than just one bit of dialogue on one camera angle for Phoebe talking about the plague. There's multiple different aspects to it. So you have to, skip through quite a few different camera angles, which is very jarring. Whereas with Barnabas, because he only mentions it once and the next part is gameplay, you can just press skip before it goes to Barnabas and it doesn't, you'd be none the wiser, as long as you got the timing right. I made a note that if you want to skip him saying it, when Cassandra or Alexios blinks, that's when you press the skip button. Because if you let it go after that, it'll cut to Barnabas and he'll say something about the plague.
Oh,
What?
There is a woman in Corinth I'd like to talk to.
I've heard about that place from Alcibiades. He says you don't go there to talk.
Alcibiades says a lot of things.
He sure does. Before you go, I heard something from Aspasia. About Kefalonia.
What is it?
She...
Don't think like...
Oh,
Not going to beg to come along this time?
Nope. I'm happy here. And this isn't Kefalonia. That means you'll be back.
That's very true.
Plus, I really like working for Aspasia. She says she has a mission for me.
I'll see you soon, Phoebe.
Bye, Cassandra!
All right, so in terms of like what I'm doing for this playthrough with the story, this is actually where I'm going to stop doing any more story stuff. But since I've been talking a lot about the plague on Kefalonia, what I'm going to do first is make another save, and then we'll fast travel back to Kefalonia. It is Aura, yeah. What I had to do, though, to get the sound effects from the prologue and also the dialogue from the prologue, I had to start a new game. And then once I had done that part, I just basically loaded up my other game save and created a new game plus and just continued from there. Because I didn't want to have to worry about leveling up and all that kind of stuff to progress.
Let's go.
Because I don't really bother with this, I can't even remember exactly where the friggin' quest is that relates to the... Because I swear that the quest title has blood in it. Because Shark the Vagrant side quest is the one where you have to go and kill the shark because it swallowed a jewel or something important. Yeah, or it's a shame they skipped the prologue because I feel the prologue is still an important story thing. But I guess I could understand that they would do that because, you know, maybe...
Come on.
Here it is. Village of Calcis, that's it. Because maybe some people would have preferred just to jump straight into the action as Cassandra or Alexius. Or you just finished a New Game Plus run, it was super fun. Yeah, it's good to do that. Whenever I do a challenge playthrough with Origins or this game or Valhalla, I always start from scratch. But any other type of playthrough, I like to do New Game Plus. You wonder what a New Game Plus based off that New Game Plus would be like a New Game Plus Plus? New Game Plus 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 Plus.
By the gods! What's happened here?
See, here we go. Alright, so this is the side quest related to the plague on Kefalonia. And we're coming back here after not even interacting with it, but only after it was mentioned by Phoebe. So you can still do the side quest, it seems. But if you do the side quest first, before you get to the part in Athens with Phoebe, depending on your choice that you make, there'll be different dialogue at that point as well. But I just want to showcase this this side quest anyway, just to show you the quest and what it entails. Or not. Uh-huh, okay. So the parents are dead, but the two children are still alive, and these guards and the priest are still hanging around, but there's no way to talk to them. Okay, so I take that back what I said before, that you can come back and do the side quest later. The only way to actually do this side quest is when you're on Kefalonia at the start of the game. So if you don't do this quest, and then you come back after Phoebe mentions this, then you'll come back to this. But if you do the side quest when you're on Kefalonia at the start of the game, you can either kill the priests outright, which obviously rescues the family, or when you listen to what they have to say, you can either decide to side with the family, in which case you'll get attacked, or side with these people and let the family die. So you get given that choice at the start of the game. Alright, something I want to do for the end of the stream is I want to go in and put the music back in, as well as the sound effects, just to let off some steam, because it's been a long stream of getting dialogue audio, reloading the save, getting the other dialogue audio, reloading the save, getting the sound effects, reloading the save, keep in mind what I've already got the recording of, so on and so forth. So for the final thing for this stream, I just want to let my hair down, so to speak, and just go and do something that's a bit more just button mashing. So we'll go to the arena. Yeah, or the Malakas wolves. They're so damn annoying. I can't fast travel yet because we're under attack, of course. There we go. This won't be part of the, like, playthrough, as in I'll be doing this as part of the story or part of the project I'm working on. Just doing this to purely and simply have something just, you know, relaxing and not so taxing on keeping things, you know, sort of like in order and stuff. The worst are boars, in my opinion. Never let you chain assassinate them and they chase you forever. They are so friggin' annoying.
Choose your opponent.
I have unpaid debts to collect.
I see. Anyone in particular come to mind?
Oh yeah, Aura. This is definitely a good way for me to unwind for the end of the stream. You loved having different builds for your New Game Plus. Your warrior build gave you a 100% chance for crit at full health. Bloody fucking hell. Now that works out well.
Choose your
To get the breastplate, the Amazonian breastplate, I had to fight the Beast of Sparta, who was level like 89 or some ridiculous shit, and I was only level 55. It was doable, and I did it, but it took a long-ass fucking time, because the enemy kept on healing themselves when I got them down to low health, and almost put their health back to halfway.
I'll fight this king of the bandits.
You want the best!
Or every conquest battle was just sweeping through the enemies. Exactly. Like you were just sweeping rubbish or something. Yeah, it's annoying when they heal. It's like, come on. Yeah, alright. I'm on fucking fire! Or other reason you like New Game Plus was you could one-hit most of the legendary beasts with your assassin build. That would have come in real handy with those. There we go. It was fun while it lasted. You win some, you lose some. Alright, let's actually go and take part in a conquest battle. Have to actually make one make one happen, it looks like. Focus. Hey there, it rains. How's things? Just unwinding. Gonna get a conquest battle to happen. Oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. That's awesome. And you just finished AC3. Cool.
Save me!
Or you really like killing the leaders with the ghost arrow ability, then you run off because fuck this bounty. Yeah, it's good to have various different ways that you can actually do things to suit your sort of like play style or what you're looking to do.
You'll die here! Get it down!
Yeah, or I'm just like, I need to kill as many of these guards as possible and get all the nation, well, get their, burn their supplies and stuff. Get a conquest battle happening.
Caught the light! Shit!
Stan, Artemis set looks epic. It's your favorite looking set in Odyssey. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it's good when you can find stuff like that in games too that really suits your tastes and stuff like that. I probably picked the most time-consuming region to get into a conquest battle with. Need like a major fort. Or you love the transmog system so much in Odyssey, you wish it was the same in Valhalla. Yeah, I mean, the thing about the one in Valhalla is I know that you have to spend silver to actually get it. But by the time I got to the point where you could do that, I already had enough silver to not worry. But it definitely is better in this game that you can do that without having to spend any in-game currency to do that.
Come on.
Just one of their other tactics to get people to buy the booster packs, or to buy the packs of, you know, here's 5,000 silver if you spend $20 or something more. Oh, here we go. Here's the fort.
Move.
What the? You there! You want me?
I'll take it here. Let's take a look.
Oh, the things are in fire! Oh, God! Put it I'm burning!
Stan Transmog came way after you were done with the game. That's fair enough too, yeah. Yeah, the timing of stuff like that. Or you change your outfit so often that you're perpetually broke. Yeah, that's the thing, if you want to use it a lot. Because I think it's 50 silver per time you want to change it. Alright, so just to add a bit of, you know, difference to this playthrough, what I'm going to do is set up a poll for people to vote in chat for which side we're going to do a conquest battle for, Sparta or Athens. So I'll just set that up now. There we go, I'll put a minute on it. There we go, so who should we fight for in the conquest battle? Sparta or Athens? It's got a minute on the poll. Stan, which sucks because you like some of those armors. Oh yeah. Yeah, that can be annoying too if there's something that you really, really like, but it's past a point where it's like, you know, alright, 50 silver a pop. who currently runs the region. So currently it is run by Sparta. Hey there, viewer. Welcome on in. You've been listening. Your question is, what side controls the area? Yeah, so Sparta. Sparta controls the area at the moment. Hope your morning's been going well. Stan, well, Athens has cute generals, does it? Fewer Athens, then always go to with the contrary option. Well, as the poll would have it, we're going to fight for Athens. Thanks everyone for voting. Stan, democracy has spoken. I love democracy. Isn't that what Chancellor Palpatine says or something? Stan, much like it did in Athens. There we go, viewer. Yeah, we're on the same wavelength. Palpatine, I love democracy. Stanley, I love the Republic. Or I usually pick Sparta, but the invading army has better rewards and you have to fight a mercenary. You know, that's something I've never even taken notice of before. That's interesting to know, actually.
Off we go now.
Stan, please don't make you cite the entire thing. And word 1 on the script was this. All the way to the end. You already lost lots of friends for reciting Revenge of the Sith scenes. I liked how they called that movie Revenge of the Sith. It was fitting considering that was the original title for Return of the Jedi. Like, Jedis don't take revenge, but Sith do. I'd say that's probably my favourite title for the prequel movies. Revenge of the Sith. It just has something to it. Phantom Menace was alright. Attack of the Clones, I remember when they first announced it, people were like, oh, that's so Z-grade movie quality. It's like, well, you know. Or yeah, it'll tell you the difficulty level when you hover over the camp icons and you notice that the invading army is hard, aka you gotta fight a merc. Some of those mercenaries are fucking annoying too in this game. Especially when you're, well, when you're dealing with more than one. When you have 3 or 4 at once attacking you, it's just... you feel like just saying, fuck off. That's why you stealth everything. Hell yeah. I did a stealth challenge with this game once. I made a rule that if I was outside of an enemy area, i.e. it wasn't red or yellow, then I could lure enemies out of the area and then kill them without using stealth. Because keeping in mind, starting from scratch as well. So not doing it via New Game Plus. Stan, Revenge of the Sith is the best media that was produced in the history of the world we're living in, and that's your final word you have spoken. And that's fair enough to think that, for sure. Or fuck fighting 3 poison dudes at once. Oh yeah. Shooting with the arrows as well. Phew, it's always weird to cross Exesius the Legend. You know he's a cultist, but he isn't chasing you, and it's just like, sup dude. It is funny how you can come across him like that. Or you recruit a bunch of mercs for the ship, which is super fun, which means you have a build that does only knockdown damage and doesn't kill. That's so funny. Stan, you're watching it with your sister and she was like, why are you laughing? Why are you doing this?
Then you'll fight with honor too. Let's bring pain to those Spartans.
We'll wash our swords in their blood!
there and fight me.
Come on! Let's see how well you fight, Mordor!
There we go. That was fun. Stan, the question to you was that they said was, how do you know all the lines? It's like you were born knowing them. If you were the arrow rain of fire skill is so good in conquest battles. Yeah, I don't think I've really used that much over the years of playing this game. Or you find finding Athens a little more rewarding since you have to deal with their fucking shields the whole time. And for whatever reason, Athens soldiers carry more money on them, so raiding the battlefield afterwards is very profitable. That's a good point too. I like how they do that. After the battle's finished, you can go around and loot. Theo, you're correct about the shields aura, but you always equip shield break as a standard skill because you don't tolerate shields or blocking. Enemies are not allowed to block your attacks. It's extremely rude and you won't have it. I don't blame you for feeling that way, viewer. Because like you're low-key thinking about how you could best go about recording the giant tenor singing spiders from Zenith without the background so you can use them as a video bit redeem. Yeah, not too sure. I mean, unless you just try isolating... And it also depends on what they've tied to each music, like soundtrack as well. Stan, you agree with the shield statement? Metal Shield, Yeoman are your absolute least favorite in Valhalla. They're a pain in the ass. Few, it's downright disrespectful to block your attack with a shield, in fact. It's like, how dare you? Calling the horn for reinforcements? Also rude and disrespectful. Exactly. Hey there, Seni. Malaka. A lot of that being said in this game, that's for sure. How's it going, Seni? Welcome on in, dude. Harbinger fighting for Athens even though you voted for Sparta. That's it. Because Athens won the vote. Because, like, you just reminded you of the lack of equipable shields here. That's true. Yeah, you can't do that in this game. Harbinger finally did the 4th survivor mode. Took you like 10 tries. Well, that's good though, dude. You kept at it. GG's on getting that done. Or there's a huge lack of Malacca in the Fate of Atlantis DLC. It's like, what were they thinking? And there we go. I just wanted to do something that wasn't mentally draining, because I did 7 hours of getting dialogue, getting sound effects, reloading saves, remembering what I had chosen versus what I hadn't, and keeping track of all that, and blah, 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 blah. So it was good to just do something relaxing, like just button mash. And also, if anyone haven't watched The Sandman, Melisanthe is in there, but she doesn't say Malacca. Oh, so she's in that show. That's cool. Crooked, you good? Thanks. You just came back from the swimming hall. Enjoyed the jacuzzi and stuff? Oh, that's awesome, dude. Definitely being luxurious. That's awesome. Glad to hear that you're doing well. It's going good. We got up to the point in the story where we've been to the symposium, and I've covered all the dialogue that I wanted to, plus some extra stuff just in case I need it. But this is only going to be phase 1 of this playthrough. I'm going to separate it into different phases and do the different phases at different times, because as you can imagine, it's very time consuming, the process I'm doing with this game, and I don't think I'm even halfway through the Family Questline yet. So it's going to take a bit to even get the Family Questline done. It'll probably take another 4 or 5 streams maybe to do that. And I just don't feel like doing all the cultist stuff as well as all the mythological stuff in one big hit. So after I've done the Family Questline, I'll be changing what Assassin's Creed game I'm playing. Viewer, isn't it a bit hot to be using the jacuzzi? Well, I guess it depends on the temperature. And that is where I'm going to end the stream. Boom. Oh yeah, Crooked, absolutely. There's just so many different variations to think of and to cover as well. And the other thing is too, the dialogue audio is not just the main characters talking, it's also NPCs doing background sounds. And so I also have to try and time it right so that when I'm actually having the character talk, it's either when the NPC has stopped saying what they're saying, or they stop making a sound at all for a couple of seconds, and timing it so that my dialogue of the character starts in that gap. Oh, well, that too as well. Once I get to the point where I'm actually editing the project and, sorting through, because the first thing I'll do is I'll just sort through all of the stuff that I've got and, have to sort it into its own category so I know that this is all just, and organize it to what quest it is and all that kind of stuff. So there's going to be a lot of stuff to have to do as well. So I just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. I really do appreciate it. Going to go raid out to Queen of Skeletons, who's playing a game called Bloodhound. Saw a little bit of it. It's like a horror sort of like action-y first-person shooter game. So we're going to go and raid Queen. But before I do that, just want to give some shout-outs. So I'd like to highly recommend people check out Crocodiles, who's doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. He's actually doing a stealth challenge with that. He's also playing through the game Hogwarts Legacy as well. He also has a lot of funny channel point rewards over on his channel, a lot of audio sound bites from various games, definitely including a lot of Assassin's Creed ones, but also games like Red Dead Redemption 2, as well as some of the GTA and many more. And highly recommend. Also highly recommend checking out Lucinda. She's playing The Last of Us Part 2, is also doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Liberation, playing through the Assassin's Creed series. Just recently finished Assassin's Creed 3. He's also a fan of the Resident Evil series as well as the Dishonored series. Also definitely recommend checking out Gizlek. He's just finished a playthrough of Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice recently. He plays a lot of JRPG games. He's also a fan of Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, playing through that game too, as well as Jedi Survivor. Another great streamer. Also highly recommend checking out Mr. Gote, playing Days Gone. And he's also a fan of the Ghost Recon series, as well as playing Hunt Showdown, and is a fan of horror stuff like the Outlast games and games by Supermassive like Until Dawn. And playing Catch Up is another highly recommended streamer. He's playing through Yakuza 0. He's actually doing a whole bunch of playthroughs because, like his name implies, he's actually playing catch up with a lot of games on his backlog. So he does that every year. And if you're looking for a streamer who is also very entertaining as well, like the other ones that I've recommended and will recommend after playing catch up, highly recommend checking out playing catch up as well. And Carbon is another great streamer. He's playing games like Last Day of June. He's also a fan of Pokemon, and his most recent Assassin's Creed game that he played through was Assassin's Creed 3, and he's going to be doing his next Assassin's Creed game as Black Flag. So highly recommend checking out all those streamers if you haven't before. Stan, you will follow Crocodiles. You will also unfollow Gizlek? No. Why are you doing that for? I know you're not being serious. That's okay, Crooked. Absolutely no worries at all, Senny, for the shout out. More than happy to give you one. So the next stream that you'll see from me will be Tomb Raider, the Angel of Darkness. If you see me streaming that game, then you know it's become Thursday for me. Next Wednesday, I will be actually doing Prince of Persia: Sands of Time because a technical issue with the special project that I was doing for that playthrough, that I was going to showcase after the playthrough was finished, meant that I wasn't able to finish that project. And I really want to showcase what I did after the playthrough is finished on the same day and not separate, make them separate. So I well and truly should have those technical issues fixed by next week, and I can actually play Prince of Persia: Sands of Time. This stream of Odyssey that you've just seen now was just to replace the postponed stream of Prince of Persia that was today. But I'll be back with that next Wednesday. But the next game you'll see from me being streamed is Tomb Raider: Angel of Darkness. Stan, get wrecked. Wreck it. Just want to put in some raid messages that people can feel free to use. There's one with some free follower emotes, and I've also got a raid message for subscribers as well. There we go. Stan, see you tomorrow? Absolutely, Stan. You definitely will. Because like the appropriate response should have been, don't do it, Anakin. Don't. There we go. Oh, and the next stream of Assassin's Creed Odyssey will actually be on Saturday. the scheduled stream of Odyssey. Thanks everyone for watching. I hope everyone has a good one, and catch you next time.